Hello everyone, I am Mun Nightmare Thief. You can call me Mun, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now, grab your blanket and pillow. Let's begin. Get comfortable and relax. The first time the car passed me, I barely noticed it. The second time, I felt a twinge of unease. By the fifth time, my heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear the sound of my own ragged breathing. As I sat there in my broken-down sedan on that pitch-black stretch of highway, I realized with growing horror that I wasn't just stranded, I was being hunted. My name's Alex, and until that night, I'd never given much thought to how vulnerable we all are out there on the open road. I was driving back from a business conference in Phoenix, taking the long way home to Los Angeles to enjoy some solitude after days of networking and forced small talk. It was just past midnight, and I was the only car on that lonely stretch of Highway 60, cutting through the Arizona desert. I remember thinking how beautiful the night was. The sky was a tapestry of stars, unobscured by city lights, and a full moon bathed the desert landscape in an ethereal glow. The radio was playing some old Eagles song, and I was tapping my fingers on the steering wheel, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. That's when my car started to sputter. At first, I thought I'd just hit a rough patch of road, but then the engine coughed. The lights on my dashboard started flashing, and I felt the car losing power. I managed to guide it onto the shoulder before it died completely. The sudden silence, almost deafening after the noise of the engine and radio. No, 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 I muttered, turning the key in the ignition. Nothing, not even a click. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal. Of course. For a moment, I just sat there, trying to decide what to do. I had some water and snacks in the car, but no flashlight, no flares. I knew there was a town about 30 miles ahead, but in this darkness, walking seemed like a bad idea. My best bet was to wait for another car to pass by and hope they'd stop to help. That's when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror. Relief washed over me as I watched the car approach. I turned on my hazard lights and stepped out of the car, waving my arms to get their attention. But the car didn't slow down. It sped past me, kicking up a cloud of dust that made me cough. As it disappeared into the darkness ahead, I caught a glimpse of a dark sedan, its taillights fading into the night. Thanks for nothing, I grumbled, getting back into my car. I tried the engine again, more out of hope than expectation. Still nothing. As I leaned back in my seat, trying to figure out my next move, I saw headlights in my mirror again. At first, I thought it was another car, but as it got closer, I realized with a start that it was the same dark sedan that had passed me before. It was coming back. My heart leapt. Maybe they'd realized I was in trouble and turned around to help. But once again, the car sped past without slowing. This time, though, I could have sworn it slowed down just a little as it passed me. An uneasy feeling started to creep over me. Twice could be a coincidence, but it felt off somehow. I locked my doors, suddenly very aware of how exposed I was out here. The desert, which had seemed so beautiful earlier, now felt vast and threatening. Every shadow looked like it could be hiding something, or someone. 10 minutes passed. 15. I was starting to think I'd overreacted when I saw those headlights again. The same car, coming back for a third pass. This time, there was no doubt. It slowed considerably as it approached, enough that I could make out the silhouette of a driver, alone in the car. But before I could get a good look, it sped up again, disappearing into the night. My palms were sweating now, my heart racing. This wasn't normal behavior. No one drives back and forth on an empty highway in the middle of the night. Not unless they're looking for something or someone. I tried my phone again. Still no signal. I thought about trying to flag down the next car that passed, but the idea of stepping out of my vehicle suddenly seemed terrifying. What if it was the sedan again? What if this time it stopped? The minutes crawled by, each one feeling like an hour. I jumped at every sound. The creak of the cooling engine, the whisper of wind across the desert. And all the while, I watched my mirrors, dreading the appearance of those headlights. I didn't have to wait long. For the fourth time, the sedan approached. This time, it slowed to a crawl as it passed me. I shrank down in my seat, trying to make myself as small as possible. Through the glare of the headlights, I could see the driver turning his head to look at me as he passed. In that moment, I knew with certainty, whatever was happening, it wasn't good. This person, whoever they were, had singled me out. They were toying with me, like a cat playing with a mouse, before going in for the kill. As soon as the car passed, I made a decision. I had to get out of here. Even if it meant walking, it had to be safer than sitting here, waiting for whatever this was to play out. I grabbed my phone and the bottle of water from the cup holder, took a deep breath, and opened my car door. The desert night was cool on my skin. The silence, absolute. I started walking, keeping to the shoulder of the road, my eyes darting from the path ahead to the road behind me. I'd made it maybe half a mile when I saw the headlights again. My stomach dropped. It was coming back, faster this time. I looked around frantically for somewhere to hide, but there was nothing, just flat desert stretching out on either side of the highway. The car was getting closer. In a panic, I threw myself down on the side of the road, pressing my body into a shallow ditch. I held my breath as the sedan approached, praying it would pass by, but it didn't. I heard the crunch of tires on gravel as it pulled onto the shoulder, right next to where I was hiding. The engine idled for a moment, then cut off. A car door opened and closed. Footsteps, coming closer. I squeezed my eyes shut, my whole body trembling. This was it. Whatever sick game this person had been playing, it was about to end. "Hey, are you okay down there?" The voice was female, concerned. Not at all what I was expecting. I opened my eyes to see a middle-aged woman peering down at me, a flashlight in her hand. What? I stammered, too shocked to form a coherent sentence. "I saw your car back there," she said, offering me a hand. "I'm with Highway Patrol. We got a call about a broken-down vehicle, but it took me a while to find you. Are you hurt?" As she helped me up, I saw her car properly for the first time. It wasn't a dark sedan at all, but a Highway Patrol SUV. In my panic, I'd mistaken the light bar on top for an ordinary car roof. "But you kept driving past," I said, still trying to process what was happening. She nodded. "I was searching for you. Your car was empty, so I knew you must have started walking. I did a few passes to try to spot you on the road." The relief that washed over me was so intense it made my knees weak. I found myself laughing, the sound bordering on hysterical. The officer, Sarah according to her name tag, was incredibly kind. She drove me back to my car, called a tow truck, and waited with me until it arrived. As we sat in her warm SUV, she explained that this stretch of highway was notorious for breaking down cell signals. She'd seen plenty of panicked drivers over the years. The desert at night can play tricks on your mind, she said gently. Isolation, darkness, unfamiliar surroundings. It's a perfect recipe for fear. As I watched my car being loaded onto the tow truck, I felt a mix of embarrassment and lingering unease. I knew Sarah was right. I'd let my imagination run wild, turning an act of kindness into a nightmare scenario. But I couldn't shake the memory of that fear, the absolute certainty that I was in danger. It's been months since that night, and I still think about it often. I've driven that stretch of highway several times since then, always in daylight, always with a full tank of gas and a charged phone. And each time, I say a silent thank you to Sarah, the highway patrol officer who unknowingly saved me from my own fears. But sometimes, on dark nights, when I'm driving alone, I still check my rearview mirror a little more often than necessary. Because the truth is, you never know what's out there on those long, lonely roads. And sometimes, the greatest danger isn't what's lurking in the shadows. It's the shadows our own minds create. The shovel struck something hard, sending a jolt up my arms. I paused, wiping sweat from my brow with a muddy hand. We'd been digging for hours, and the well was supposed to be nothing but dirt for at least another 10 feet. I called down to my son, Jake, who was working beside me in the hole. "Hey, grab the flashlight, will you? I think we hit something." Little did I know, that metallic clang would be the sound that changed everything. I'd inherited this farm from my uncle 6 months ago. It was a fixer-upper, to put it mildly, but it was a chance for a fresh start after the divorce. Jake and I had thrown ourselves into the work, fixing fences, repairing the barn, and now digging a new well. The old one had run dry years ago, and we needed water if we were going to make a go of this place. Jake shone the flashlight where my shovel had struck. The beam reflected off something smooth and metallic, a stark contrast to the dark earth surrounding it. "What is that, Dad?" Jake asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I shrugged, already scraping away more dirt with my hands. "I don't know, bud. Let's find out." As we dug, the object began to take shape. It was a metal container, about the size of a small suitcase. It looked old, the once shiny surface now pitted and corroded. My mind raced with possibilities. A time capsule? Buried treasure? Or just some farmer's junk, tossed in a hole and forgotten? It took another hour of careful digging to free the container from the earth. By the time we hauled it out of the well, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the field. We carried our find back to the barn, both of us silent, lost in our own thoughts about what might be inside. Under the harsh glare of the barn's floodlights, I examined the container more closely. It was sealed tight, with no obvious way to open it. A faded inscription was barely visible on one side, but years of corrosion had made it illegible. "Should we open it?" Jake asked, practically bouncing with excitement. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to call the police, or maybe a lawyer. What if this was evidence of something? But curiosity won out. "All right," I said, reaching for a crowbar. "Stand back." It took some effort, but finally, the lid creaked open. The smell hit us first, musty and damp, like an old cellar. Inside, protected by layers of waxy paper, was a stack of documents and photographs. I picked up the first photo, holding it under the light. It showed a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, smiling at the camera. The picture was old, probably from the 1960s, judging by her hairstyle and clothes. I turned it over. On the back, in faded ink, was written, Sarah Milligan, 1964. Jake peered over my shoulder. Who's that, Dad? I shook my head. I don't know. But as I said it, a nagging feeling started in the pit of my stomach. The name Milligan sounded familiar, but I couldn't place why. We spent the next hour going through the contents of the box. There were more photos, all of the same young woman, Sarah, at various locations around what looked like this very farm. There were also letters, newspaper clippings, and a small leather-bound journal. As I flipped through the journal, a yellowed newspaper clipping fell out. The headline made my blood run cold. Local woman still missing after 3 months. I read the article quickly, my heart pounding. Sarah Milligan had disappeared from her family's farm in the summer of 1964. Despite an extensive search, no trace of her was ever found. The article mentioned that Sarah's father, the owner of the farm, was the primary suspect, but was never charged due to lack of evidence. Dad? Jake's voice snapped me back to the present. What's wrong? I looked at my son, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake, I think we just found evidence in a very old missing persons case. His eyes widened. Really? Like a real mystery? I nodded, my mind racing. Yeah, bud, a real mystery. I started gathering up the documents, careful not to disturb them more than necessary. We need to call the police. The next few hours were a blur. Deputies came out to the farm, followed by detectives and a crime scene unit. Our quiet little farmhouse became the center of a whirlwind of activity. Jake and I were questioned separately, telling and retelling how we'd found the box. It was past midnight when things finally calmed down. The box and its contents had been taken away as evidence, and we'd been told not to discuss the case with anyone, as if we knew anyone to discuss it with. We were still new in town, barely knowing our neighbors. I tucked Jake into bed, his head full of excitement about our discovery, but sleep eluded me. I sat at the kitchen table, a cold cup of coffee in front of me, staring out at the darkened fields. What had happened to Sarah Milligan, and why did her name sound so familiar? The next morning, I drove into town, determined to do some digging of my own. The local library was small, but it had archives of the town's newspaper going back decades. I spent hours poring over microfiche, reading everything I could about the Milligan case. Sarah had been 23. When she disappeared, she was engaged to be married. Her fiancé had reported her missing when she didn't show up for a date. The last person to see her was her father, James Milligan, who claimed she'd left the farm to run errands in town. As I read, pieces started falling into place. James Milligan, that was my uncle's name, the uncle who'd left me this farm. With a growing sense of dread, I realized why Sarah's name had sounded familiar. My mother had mentioned her once, years ago, a cousin who'd gone missing before I was born. I left the library in a daze, my mind reeling. Had my uncle been involved in Sarah's disappearance? Had I inherited not just a farm, but a dark family secret? When I got home, there was a police car in the driveway. Detective Reeves, the lead investigator, was waiting for me. Mr. Collins, she said, as I got out of my truck, we need to talk. We sat at the kitchen table, the same one where I'd spent a sleepless night. Detective Reeves didn't waste time on pleasantries. "We've identified the DNA on some of the items in the box," she said, her eyes pouring into mine. "It matches Sarah Milligan. We're treating this as a homicide investigation now." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Mr. Collins, I have to ask, did you know anything about this before you found that box?" I shook my head vehemently. "No, absolutely not. I inherited this farm from my uncle 6 months ago. I never even met him." She raised an eyebrow. "Your uncle?" I took a deep breath. "James Milligan, Sarah's father." Detective Reeves leaned back, surprised. "You're related to the Milligans?" I explained what I'd learned at the library about the connection I'd only just discovered. As I talked, I could see the wheels turning in the detective's mind. "Mr. Collins, I'm going to be straight with you," she said when I finished. "This complicates things. We're going to need to do a thorough search of the property, and I'm afraid you and your son might need to find somewhere else to stay for a while." I nodded, feeling numb. "Of course. Whatever you need." The next few weeks were a nightmare. The farm became a crime scene, with police and forensic teams combing every inch of the property. Jake and I moved into a motel in town, watching from afar as our new home was torn apart in search of evidence. The story hit the local news. Then it went national. Suddenly, our quiet little town was overrun with reporters and true crime enthusiasts. Everyone wanted to know about the mysterious box, about Sarah Milligan, about the farmer who'd inherited a decades-old secret. I tried to shield Jake from the worst of it, but it was impossible to hide everything. He was old enough to understand the basics of what was happening, and his initial excitement about solving a mystery had given way to a more somber understanding of the reality we were facing. It was Jake who asked the question I'd been avoiding. "Dad, do you think Uncle James did it? Do you think he killed Sarah?" I pulled him close, wishing I had a better answer. "I don't know, buddy. I really don't know." As the investigation dragged on, more details emerged. Old case files were reopened. Witnesses reined in. The picture that emerged was a sad one. Sarah had wanted to leave the farm to start a life with her fiancé. James Milligan had opposed the marriage, wanting Sarah to stay and help run the family business. But there was no smoking gun, no confession, just a lot of circumstantial evidence and a family torn apart by secrets and suspicion. Finally, after nearly 2 months, we were allowed to return to the farm. The police had found no other evidence, and while the investigation remained open, they had no reason to keep us from our home. The farm felt different now. Every creaking floorboard, every rustle in the fields seemed to whisper of long-buried secrets. I found myself avoiding the spot where we'd found the box, as if Sarah's ghost might be lingering there. As we settled back into our routines, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were living in the shadow of a tragedy. The farm that was supposed to be our fresh start now felt tainted, haunted by the echoes of the past. But we stayed, partly because we had nowhere else to go, but also because it felt like we owed it to Sarah to uncover the truth, to bring her story to light after so many years of silence. I don't know if we'll ever know exactly what happened to Sarah Milligan, but I do know that her story and the secrets of this farm are now a part of our lives, and somehow we'll find a way to live with that, to honor her memory while building our own future on this land. Every time I pick up a shovel now, I can't help but wonder what other secrets might be buried beneath our feet. And are some things better left undiscovered? The first time I saw the blue sedan, I thought nothing of it. By the third time, my palms were sweating on the steering wheel. By the fifth, I was fighting the urge to scream. What had started as a carefree road trip with my girlfriend had turned into a nightmare, with every mile bringing us closer to a confrontation I knew we couldn't avoid. As I checked the rearview mirror for the 100th time, seeing those now familiar headlights, I realized with chilling certainty that our past had caught up with us, and it was driving a blue sedan. My name's Alex, and until 3 days ago, I thought I knew what fear was. I'd been scared before. Who hasn't? But true terror, the kind that seeps into your bones and turns your world upside down, that was new. And it all started with a car that just wouldn't go away. Mia and I had been planning this cross-country road trip for months. Both of us were burned out from our jobs in New York, and we needed a break. The plan was simple: drive from New York to Californias, taking our time, seeing the sights, and reconnecting with each other, away from the stress of the city. The first 2 days were perfect. We sang along to cheesy pop songs, ate too much junk food at roadside diners, and marveled at how big and beautiful the country really was. We were somewhere in the middle of Ohio when I first noticed the blue sedan. It was just a glimpse in my rearview mirror. A nondescript car, maybe a Toyota or Honda. A few cars behind us on the highway. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Why would I? It was just another car on a busy highway. But then we stopped for gas about an hour later, and I saw it pull into a pump across from us. Again, I didn't really register it. Lots of people need gas, right? It wasn't until we stopped for lunch at a diner in the middle of nowhere, Indiana, that the first inkling of unease crept in. As we were leaving, I saw that same blue car pull into the parking lot. The windows were tinted, so I couldn't see the driver, but something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I mentioned it to Mia as we got back on the road. "Hey, does that blue car look familiar to you?" She glanced back, then shrugged. "Maybe. It's a pretty common car, though. Probably just a coincidence." I tried to believe her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I started paying more attention, watching for the car in my mirrors, and sure enough, it was always there. A few cars back, never getting too close, but never falling too far behind. By the time we crossed into Illinois, I was certain we were being followed. The blue sedan was always there, at every rest stop, every gas station, every time we pulled over to stretch our legs or take in a view. Mia could see how tense I was getting. "Alex, you're being paranoid," she said, but I could hear the note of uncertainty in her voice. Why would anyone be following us? I didn't have an answer for her. We were just a normal couple on a road trip. Who would want to follow us? But I couldn't deny what I was seeing. As we approached Chicago, I made a decision. "We're going to lose them," I told Mia, taking a sudden exit off the highway. "Alex, what are you doing?" Mia asked, gripping the dashboard as I made a sharp turn onto a side road. "Trust me," I said, my eyes flicking constantly to the rearview mirror. "If they're really following us, we'll know for sure now." I drove us through a maze of suburban streets, making random turns, doubling back on ourselves. For a while, I thought we'd lost them, but then, as we merged back onto a main road, I saw it, the blue sedan, still behind us. "Oh my God," Mia whispered. "You were right." Fear gave way to determination. I pressed down on the accelerator, weaving through traffic, taking random exits and back roads. But no matter what I did, the blue sedan stayed with us, always just within sight. As night fell, we found ourselves on a lonely 2-lane highway somewhere in western Illinois. We hadn't seen another car for miles, just us and the blue sedan, its headlights burning in our rearview mirror. And we needed to confront them, I said, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. This has gone on long enough. Mia looked at me, her face pale in the dashboard lights. Are you sure that's safe? I wasn't sure of anything anymore, but I knew we couldn't keep running. We don't have a choice, I said. We're almost out of gas, and we can't keep driving forever. I saw a turnoff ahead, a dirt road leading into a field. Without signaling, I made a sharp turn, kicking up dust as we bumped down the uneven track. The blue sedan followed about a quarter mile, and I stopped the car and cut the engine. The blue sedan pulled up behind us, its headlights illuminating our car in stark relief. Stay in the car, I told Mia, my heart pounding so hard I could barely hear my own voice. Lock the doors. If anything happens, drive away as fast as you can. Before she could protest, I was out of the car, squinting into the glare of the headlights. Who are you? I shouted. Why are you following us? For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the driver's door of the blue sedan opened. A figure stepped out, backlit by the headlights, so I couldn't make out any features. Alex? A familiar voice called out, and I felt my world tilt sideways. Is that really you? As the figure stepped forward, I felt my legs go weak. It was a face I hadn't seen in 5 years, a face I never expected to see again. Dad, I whispered. The man who had abandoned my mother and me when I was 17 stood before me, older and grayer, but unmistakably my father. What are you doing here? I asked, my voice shaking with a mix of emotions I couldn't even begin to untangle. Why have you been following us? He took another step forward, his hands raised as if to show he meant no harm. I saw you in Ohio, he said. I couldn't believe it at first. I've been trying to work up the courage to talk to you. I heard Mia's door open behind me. Alex, what's going on? My father's eyes flickered to her, then back to me. Is this your girlfriend? I nodded, still too shocked to form words. I'm sorry, he said, and I could hear the tears in his voice. I'm so sorry for everything. When I saw you, I couldn't let you go again without trying to make things right. 1,000 questions raced through my mind. Where had he been all these years? Why now? How did he expect to make up for 5 years of absence with a creepy highway stalking routine? But what came out was, you scared the hell out of us. He laughed. Sad, broken sound. I know. I didn't mean to. I didn't know how to approach you. Every time I worked up the courage, I'd lose it at the last second. Mia came to stand beside me, her hand slipping into mine. Maybe we should all talk, she said softly. There's a diner about 10 miles back. We could get some coffee, sort this out. I looked at her, then back at my father. Part of me wanted to get back in the car and drive away, leaving him standing there in the dust like he'd left us all those years ago. But another part, a part I thought long dead, wanted answers. Okay, I said finally, but we're taking separate cars, and if you try anything funny, we're gone. Understand? He nodded, relief washing over his face. Of course. Whatever you want, Alex. As we drove to the diner, following the blue sedan, this time Mia squeezed my hand. Are you okay? She asked. I shook my head. I don't know. I never thought I'd see him again. I don't know what to feel. She leaned over and kissed my cheek. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. That's what this trip was about, right? Facing things together. I managed a small smile. She was right, of course. When we'd started this road trip, we talked about leaving our baggage behind, about making a fresh start. I never imagined that baggage would come find us on the highway. As we pulled into the diner parking lot, I took a deep breath. I didn't know what would happen next, what explanations or excuses my father might offer. I didn't know if I could forgive him, or if I even wanted to try. But I did know one thing. This road trip had taken an unexpected turn, leading us not just across the country, but into the tangled web of my past. And whatever came next, Mia was right. We'd face it together. I stepped out of the car, ready to confront the man who had followed us across 3 states. The man who had once been my father, ready to hear his story, and maybe, just maybe, to start writing a new chapter in our own. As we walked into the diner, the smell of coffee and the hum of late-night conversations washing over us, I realized that sometimes the most important journeys aren't about the destinations we plan, but the unexpected detours that force us to face the things we've been running from all along. The last time I saw Eliza Thompson, she was laughing. It's an image seared into my memory, her head thrown back, long dark hair, catching the golden light of the sunset, the sound of her joy carried away by the sea breeze. I didn't know then that it would be the last time I'd ever see her, that in less than 12 hours, she would vanish without a trace, leaving behind nothing but questions and a growing sense of dread that threatened to swallow us all. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning. My name is Michael Chen, and I was a security officer aboard the Emerald Princess, a luxury cruise ship making its way through the Caribbean. It was my 3rd year on the job, and I thought I'd seen it all. Drunken brawls, petty theft, the occasional medical emergency, nothing I couldn't handle. But Eliza's disappearance, that was something else entirely. It started like any other day at sea. I began my shift at 6 a.m., making my rounds through the ship's corridors and public areas. Everything was quiet, most passengers still asleep in their cabins. As I passed by the ship's grand atrium, I nodded to Eliza, who was just finishing up her night shift at the reception desk. "Morning, Michael," she said, stifling a yawn. "Anything exciting planned for today?" I shrugged. "Just the usual. You should get some rest. You look beat." She laughed, gathering her things. "Oh, I will. But first I'm going to watch the sunrise from my favorite spot on the upper deck. Want to join me?" I hesitated. I was on duty, but it was a quiet morning. "Sure, why not? I could use some fresh air." We made our way to a secluded spot on deck 16, leaning against the railing as the sky slowly lightened. Eliza closed her eyes, breathing in the salty air. "I love this," she said softly. "No matter how many cruises I work, this never gets old." I watched her out of the corner of my eye, struck by how peaceful she looked. We'd become friends over the past few months, sharing meals in the crew mess and swapping stories during our off hours. But in that moment, I realized there was still so much I didn't know about her. "How long have you been working on cruise ships?" I asked. She opened her eyes, a wistful smile playing on her lips. 5 years now. It was supposed to be just a gap year after college, but I fell in love with it. The travel, the people, the sense of adventure. I nodded. understanding completely. It was why I'd stayed with this job too, despite the long hours and time away from home. We chatted for a while longer as the sun crept above the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. Finally, Eliza yawned again. "I should really get some sleep," she said. "Thanks for the company, Michael. See you later." I nodded, watching as she walked away. It was the last time I would see her alive. The rest of my shift passed uneventfully. It wasn't until that evening, during the nightly staff meeting, that I realized something was wrong. Eliza wasn't there. "Has anyone seen Thompson?" Our supervisor Rita asked, frowning at her clipboard. "She was supposed to start her shift an hour ago." Murmurs of confusion rippled through the room. It wasn't like Eliza to be late, let alone miss a shift entirely. "I saw her this morning," I offered. "She was heading to her cabin to sleep after the night shift." Rita's frown deepened. "Can you go check on her? Make sure she's all right?" I nodded, an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach as I made my way to the crew quarters. I knocked on Eliza's door, calling her name. No response. I used my master key to enter, half expecting to find her sound asleep. The cabin was empty. The bed was made, looking like it hadn't been slept in. Eliza's uniform for the evening shift was laid out neatly on a chair. Her phone was on the nightstand, its screen dark. I radioed Rita. "She's not here. The cabin looks untouched since this morning." There was a long pause before Rita responded. "Initiate search protocol now." The next few hours were a blur of activity. We combed every inch of the ship, from the engine room to the uppermost decks. We reviewed security footage, interviewed crew members and passengers. But there was no sign of Eliza. The last confirmed sighting of her was on the security camera outside her cabin at 7:12 a.m. The footage showed her entering her room, closing the door behind her, and then nothing. No footage of her leaving. No sign of disturbance. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. As the night wore on, and our search turned up nothing, the atmosphere on the ship grew tense. Passengers began to notice the increased security presence, whispering among themselves. Rumors started to spread. By morning, we had to face facts. We had a missing person on our hands. The captain made an announcement, asking for any information about Eliza's whereabouts. Her picture was displayed on screens throughout the ship. We contacted the nearest port authorities and the cruise line's head office. A Coast Guard search was initiated, though we all knew the chances of finding someone in the vast expanse of the Caribbean were slim to none. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow responsible. If only I'd walked her to her cabin that morning. If only I'd checked on her sooner. The image of her laughing in the sunrise haunted me. As the investigation ramped up, I found myself recounting every detail of my last interaction with Eliza to a stern-faced detective from the ship's security team. Did she seem nervous? Distracted? Did she mention any plans for the day? He asked. I shook my head. No, she seemed happy, relaxed. She was looking forward to getting some sleep. The detective's eyes narrowed. And you're sure she went into her cabin? Yes, I said, for what felt like the 100th time. The security footage confirms it. He nodded, making a note in his file. And there's no way she could have left without being seen on camera? I hesitated. It shouldn't be possible. The corridor outside the crew cabins is monitored 24/7. But as I said it, a chill ran down my spine. Because if it wasn't possible, then how had it happened? Days passed, and the mystery only deepened. Eliza's cabin was thoroughly searched, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Her passport, wallet, and all personal belongings were accounted for. There were no signs of a struggle, no evidence of foul play. Theories abounded among the crew and passengers alike. Some believed she had somehow fallen overboard, though how she could have done so without anyone noticing was unclear. Others whispered about suicide, but those who knew Eliza dismissed this outright. She had been happy, with no signs of depression or distress. The most disturbing theory, the one that kept me awake at night, was that someone on the ship was responsible for her disappearance. The thought that one of our passengers or crew members could be a killer walking among us was almost too horrifying to contemplate. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation hit dead end after dead end. The ship completed its scheduled cruise and returned to port, where more intensive forensic work could be done. But even with the full resources of law enforcement brought to bear, no new leads emerged. Eliza's family flew in, their faces drawn with worry and grief. I watched from a distance as they were briefed by the investigators, saw the mother collapse into sobs as the reality of the situation sunk in. I wanted to approach them, to offer some words of comfort, but what could I possibly say? In the end, the Emerald Princess set sail again, with a new crew member taking Eliza's place at the reception desk. Life on board returned to normal, or a semblance of it. But for those of us who had known her, who had searched for her, who had been left behind with nothing but questions, things would never be the same. I stayed on with the cruise line, unable to leave, while Eliza's fate remained unknown. Each new port brought a flicker of hope that some clue would surface, that someone, somewhere, might have seen something. But as months passed, with no new information, that hope began to fade. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, I find myself on deck 16, staring out at the endless expanse of the sea. I think about Eliza, about her laugh, about the way she loved watching the sunrise. I wonder where she is, if she's still out there somewhere. And I can't help but feel that the ocean knows the truth, holding its secrets in its unfathomable depths. The disappearance of Eliza Thompson remains an unsolved mystery, a ghost story whispered among cruise ship crews. For me, it's a constant reminder of how fragile our sense of security can be, how easily a life can vanish without a trace. And every time I see a passenger enter their cabin, every time I watch a security camera feed, I can't help but wonder, could it happen again? In this floating city of steel and glass, surrounded by the vast, indifferent sea, are any of us truly safe? The Emerald Princess sails on, carrying its cargo of vacationers and secrets, and somewhere out there, perhaps Eliza is still laughing, her voice carried away by the endless ocean breeze. The first slash in the tent canvas was so perfect, so surgical, it almost looked deliberate. I traced my finger along the edge, feeling the frayed nylon threads. Whatever had done this wasn't just sharp, it was wickedly so. And as the fading daylight filtered through that precise cut, casting long shadows across the abandoned campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd stumbled into something far more sinister than a bear attack. My name's Alex, and I've been hiking the Appalachian Trail with my best friend Jamie for the past month. We're experienced backpackers, used to the challenges of long-distance trekking, but nothing in our years of outdoor adventures could have prepared us for what we found in that secluded clearing, deep in the heart of the Georgia wilderness. The day had started like any other on the trail. We'd broken camp at dawn, hoping to cover a good 15 miles before nightfall. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp, with just enough breeze to keep the bugs at bay. We'd made good time, pausing only for a quick lunch and the occasional water break. It was late afternoon when Jamie spotted the first sign that something was off. "Hey, Alex," he called, pointing to a tree just off the trail. "Check this out." I walked over, squinting at the trunk. There, carved deep into the bark, was a crude symbol, a circle with a jagged line through it. The cuts looked fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. "Weird," I muttered. "Never seen a trail marker like that before." Jamie shrugged. "Probably just some kid messing around." We pressed on, but I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The forest seemed quieter than usual. The usual chorus of birdsong and insect buzz was oddly muted, and I could have sworn I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, always just out of sight when I turned to look. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we started looking for a suitable campsite. That's when we saw the clearing. It was perfect. A small level area nestled between two rocky outcroppings, with a babbling stream nearby. But as we approached, we realized we weren't the first to discover this idyllic spot. The remains of a campsite lay before us, looking for all the world like. Its occupants had vanished in the middle of their stay. A tent stood in the center, its door flapping open and swaying gently in the breeze. A small cooking pot sat on a makeshift fire pit, the ashes long cold. Backpacks and sleeping bags were scattered around, as if their owners had fled in a hurry. Jamie and I exchanged glances. This wasn't normal. Even the messiest campers usually packed up before moving on. "Hello?" Jamie called out. "Anyone here?" His voice echoed through the clearing, met only by the soft gurgle of the stream and the rustle of leaves overhead. We approached cautiously. That's when I noticed the first slash in the tent, and then another, and another. The entire structure was riddled with them, each cut precise and deliberate. "What the hell?" I breathed, peering inside the ruined shelter. The interior was a mess. Sleeping bags were shredded, clothes strewn about. A flashlight lay on its side, its beam creating eerie shadows as it illuminated a small notebook. I picked it up, flipping it open to the last entry. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. "Day 3. It's still out there. We can hear it moving around the camp at night. The others think I'm crazy, but I know what I saw. It's not a bear. It's not anything natural. God help us if it gets in." I showed the notebook to Jamie, watching as the color drained from his face. "We should go," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. There, half hidden beneath a torn sleeping bag, was a camera. My hands shook as I picked it up, praying the battery wasn't dead. It wasn't. The screen flickered to life, showing the last image taken. My heart nearly stopped. The photo was dark, clearly taken at night, but there, just at the edge of the frame, illuminated by the flash, was something, a shape that was almost human, but not quite. Long, spindly limbs, a face that was more shadow than substance, and eyes that reflected the camera's flash like a cat's, but far larger. I dropped the camera, stumbling backward. "We need to leave now." But as I turned, I realized with horror that the sun had nearly set. The forest around us was deepening into twilight, shadows lengthening and merging into an impenetrable gloom. Jamie was already gathering his pack, "We can make it back to the trail if we hurry," he said, his voice tense. "We'll hike through the night, if we have to." I nodded, snatching up my own backpack. But as I turned to go, a glint of metal caught my eye. There, half buried in the soft earth near the fire pit, was a small silver locket. Without thinking, I scooped it up and shoved it in my pocket. We set off at a brisk pace, trying to retrace our steps in the fading light. But nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. More than once, I could have sworn I heard something moving in the underbrush, always just out of sight. "Do you remember that weird symbol we saw earlier?" Jamie panted as we pushed through a particularly dense thicket. "I think I see another one." He was right. There, carved into a massive oak, was the same circle and line symbol we'd spotted before. But this one looked older, the edges of the carving weathered and moss-grown. "It's probably just a coincidence," I said, not believing my own words. "Come on, we need to keep moving." But as we pressed on, more symbols appeared. Some were fresh, others ancient. They seemed to be guiding us, though to what? I couldn't say. The darkness was nearly complete now, our headlamps creating small islands of light in a sea of blackness. The forest had gone completely silent, save for the crunch of our boots on fallen leaves and the increasingly ragged sound of our breathing. That's when we heard it, a low, guttural sound, somewhere between a growl and a moan. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Jamie froze. "What was that?" I shook my head, unable to speak. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew that panicking now would only get us more lost. We pushed on, moving as quietly as we could. But the sounds continued, growing closer. Branches snapped behind us. Something rustled in the canopy overhead. And then, just ahead, I saw a flicker of movement. A shape, tall and impossibly thin, slipped between two trees. In the brief flash of my headlamp, I caught a glimpse of pale, elongated limbs, and a face that was little more than a dark void with pinpricks of reflected light where eyes should be. "Run!" I yelled, all thought of stealth forgotten. We crashed through the undergrowth, blind panic driving us forward. Branches whipped at our faces. Roots threatened to trip us at every step. The sounds behind us grew louder, a cacophony of inhuman shrieks and growls. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours, but suddenly, miraculously, we burst out onto a wide gravel road. A park ranger station stood just ahead, its windows glowing with welcoming light. We staggered toward it, gasping for breath. As we reached the door, I chanced to look back at the forest we had just escaped. There, at the edge of the trees, stood a figure, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It raised a hand, more claw than human, appendage, and for a moment, I thought it would pursue us into the light. But then, it turned, melting back into the shadows of the forest. In seconds, it was gone, leaving no trace of its presence. The rangers were skeptical of our stories, of course. They attributed our experience to exhaustion, dehydration, and an overactive imagination. But they did send out a search party to investigate the abandoned campsite. They found nothing. No slashed tent, no scattered gear, not even a trace of a campfire. It was as if the entire scene had vanished into thin air. In the days that followed, as Jamie and I recovered in a nearby town, I thought often of that silver locket I'd pocketed in my panic. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, I found a small photo inside, A smiling family. Mother, father, 2 kids, posed in front of a familiar-looking clearing. I never reported finding the locket. Some part of me knew that doing so would only lead to more questions. Questions I wasn't sure I wanted answered. Jamie and I never finished our hike. By unspoken agreement, we packed up and headed home. Our adventure on the Appalachian Trail cut short. We don't talk much about what happened in those woods. But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself thinking about that abandoned campsite, about the thing we saw in the forest, and I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if somewhere out there, in the deepest, darkest parts of the wilderness, it's thinking about us too. The scream that tore through the cab of my truck that night wasn't human. It couldn't have been. No person could make a sound like that. Raw, primal, and filled with a terror so deep, it made my blood run cold. But it came from the man sitting next to me, the hitchhiker I'd picked up just an hour before. And as his eyes flew open, reflecting the dashboard lights like some wild animals, I knew with sickening certainty that whatever had just happened, whatever he'd seen in his dreams, was far from over. My name's Jack, and I've been driving big rigs across the country for the better part of 2 decades. I've seen my share of weird stuff out on the lonely highways. Ghost lights, inexplicable weather, even the occasional UFO, if you catch me after a few beers. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened on that moonless night in the middle of nowhere, Nevada. It had started as a routine haul, Phoenix to Seattle. With a trailer full of electronics, I was making good time. The miles melted away under my wheels as I cruised through the desert night. The radio kept me company, a mix of old country tunes and late-night talk shows about conspiracy theories and alien abductions. I was about halfway through Nevada when I saw him, a lone figure standing by the side of the road, thumb out. Now, I'm not usually one for picking up hitchhikers. Too many horror stories, too many risks. But something about this guy made me slow down. Maybe it was the lost look in his eyes, or the way he hugged himself against the chill desert wind. Whatever it was, before I knew it, I was pulling over. "Where are you headed?" I called out as he approached. "Anywhere but here," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. I should have driven off right then, but instead, I found myself saying, "Hop in. I'm going to Seattle if that works for you." He climbed into the passenger seat, bringing with him the smell of dust and something else, something I couldn't quite place. Up close, he looked young, maybe mid-20s, with shaggy brown hair and eyes that seemed to dart nervously around the cab. "I'm Jack," I said, pulling back onto the highway. "Mike," he replied, not meeting my gaze. "Thanks for the ride." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the whisper of tires on asphalt. I tried to make conversation a few times, but Mike's responses were monosyllabic at best. Eventually, I gave up, focusing on the road ahead. It was about an hour later when I noticed Mike had fallen asleep, his head leaning against the window. I turned the radio down a notch, not wanting to disturb him. That's when things started to get weird. It began with a twitch, just a small movement of his hand. Then his breathing changed, becoming rapid and shallow. His eyes started moving frantically behind closed lids, like he was in the depths of some intense dream. I was just about to wake him, worried he might be having some kind of fit, when he started muttering. At first, it was too low to make out, but it quickly grew louder. No, no, please don't let it find me. A chill ran down my spine. His voice was filled with pure, unadulterated fear. Hey, buddy, I said, reaching out to shake his shoulder. Wake up. You're having a nightmare. But he didn't wake. Instead, his muttering grew more frantic, his body starting to thrash in the seat. It's coming. Oh, God. It's coming. Can't you see it? Can't you see its eyes? And that's when he let out that scream, the one that made me nearly drive off the road. His eyes flew open, wild and unfocused, reflecting the green glow of the dashboard like some nocturnal animal. I managed to pull over, my heart pounding in my chest. Mike! Mike, snap out of it! I yelled. He turned to look at me, but his eyes seemed to be seeing something else, something beyond me. It followed me, he whispered, his voice hoarse from screaming. Oh God, Jack! It followed me into the truck. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. What followed you, Mike? There's nothing here but us. He shook his head violently. You can't see it, but it's here. It's always here. His eyes darted around the cab, following something invisible. We have to get out now. Before I could stop him, he'd thrown open the passenger door and leapt out into the night. I cursed, fumbling with my seatbelt before following him. The desert night was cold and still. The only sound was the tick of the cooling engine and Mike's ragged breathing. He stood a few feet from the truck, arms wrapped around himself, shaking like a leaf. Mike, I said, approaching him slowly, like you would a spooked animal. What's going on? What do you think is following you? He turned to me, his face pale in the truck's headlights. I don't know what it is, but it's been after me for days. Ever since I found that thing in the desert. What thing? I asked, a sick feeling growing in my gut. Mike reached into his pocket with a shaking hand, pulling out what looked like a small stone. But as he held it up, I realized it wasn't a stone at all. It was some kind of artifact, carved with intricate symbols I'd never seen before. In the harsh glare of the headlights, it seemed to shimmer and shift, as if the symbols were moving. I found this out there, Mike said, gesturing vaguely at the dark expanse of desert around us. In some kind of old ruin. I thought it might be worth something. He laughed bitterly. I didn't know. I didn't know it would wake it up. Wake what up? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Mike's eyes met mine, filled with a terror that made my blood run cold. The thing that lives in the spaces between. The thing that hunts in dreams. It wants this back. He held up the artifact, and it wants me for taking it. I wanted to tell him he was crazy, that he just had a nightmare, that there was no monster hunting him, but the conviction in his voice, the raw fear in his eyes, it was impossible to dismiss. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Okay, so why don't we just give it back, throw that thing away, and be done with it? Mike shook his head frantically. I've tried. It doesn't work like that. It's like it's attached to me now. The only way to get rid of it is to pass it on to someone else, to make them take it. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what he was saying. That's why you were hitchhiking. You were trying to give it to someone else. He nodded, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to, but I can't take it anymore. The dreams, the visions, it's driving me insane. I took a step back, suddenly very aware of how isolated we were out here in the desert night. Mike, I won't take that thing, please, he begged. holding out the artifact. Please, I can't do this anymore. Just take it. You'll see. You'll understand. For a moment, I was tempted. The artifact seemed to call to me, the symbols swirling in a mesmerizing dance. But then I shook my head, snapping out of it. No, I said firmly. I won't do it, Mike, but I'll help you. We'll figure this out together, okay? There's got to be a way to get rid of that thing without passing it on. Mike stared at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. Okay, he whispered. Okay, we'll try. We got back in the truck, the artifact safely wrapped in a cloth and stowed in the glove compartment. As we pulled back onto the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The night seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and more than once, I could have sworn I saw something moving just at the edge of my headlights. Something tall and thin with too many limbs. I don't know what happened to Mike after I dropped him off in Reno. He said he was going to find an expert, someone who could help him get rid of the artifact for good. I gave him my number, made him promise to call, and let me know he was okay. It's been 3 months, and I haven't heard from him. Sometimes, on long night drives through the desert, I find myself scanning the side of the road, half expecting to see him standing there, thumb out, and sometimes, in the moments between sleeping and waking, I see shapes in the shadows of my room, tall, twisted shapes with too many eyes. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just the lingering effects of that strange night. But deep down, I know the truth. Whatever was hunting Mike that night, whatever lived in his dreams, it's out there still, waiting, watching. And sometimes, when the night is darkest and the road stretches endlessly before me, I can't shake the feeling that it's watching me too. The leather-bound journal fell open in my hands, its yellowed pages releasing a musty cloud of dust and decay. At first I thought it was just another relic of the farm's long history, maybe a record of crop yields or livestock lineages. But as my I skimmed a faded, spidery handwriting, my heart began to race. This was no ordinary farm ledger. The words human subject and genetic manipulation leapt out at me, and I realized with growing horror that I'd stumbled upon something far darker than I could have imagined. Little did I know, this discovery would plunge me into a nightmare that would make me question everything I thought I knew about the quiet, rural world around me. My name's Sam, and I'd only been working at Willow Creek Farm for about a month when I found the journal. Fresh out of college, with an agriculture degree and dreams of someday owning my own farm, I jumped at the chance to work as a farmhand for old Mr. Harrison. The pay wasn't great, but the experience was invaluable, and there was something charming about the sprawling, slightly run-down property with its weathered barns and endless fields. Mr. Harrison was a quiet man, gruff but fair. He lived alone in the big farmhouse, his wife long dead, and his children moved away to the city. He didn't talk much about the farm's history, just gave me my daily tasks and left me to it. I spent my days mending fences, tending to the small herd of cattle, and helping to plant and harvest the crops. It was a hot, sticky afternoon in late July when Mr. Harrison asked me to clear out one of the old barns. Been meaning to do it for years, he'd grumbled. Might as well put you to use on it. Just pile up anything that looks worth keeping, haul the rest to the burn pile. The barn was a cavernous structure, its interior dim and cool compared to the sweltering heat outside. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through gaps in the weathered boards. The air was thick with the smell of old hay and something else, something chemical that I couldn't quite place. I started in one corner, sorting through piles of rusted farm equipment, moldering sacks of feed, and broken furniture. It was monotonous work, and my mind wandered as I hauled item after item to the growing pile outside. That's when I noticed the loose floorboard. I might have missed it entirely if my boot hadn't caught on the edge, nearly sending me sprawling. Curious, I knelt down to examine it. The board shifted easily under my hands, and as I lifted it, I saw a small space underneath, just big enough to hide something. The journal was wrapped in oilcloth, surprisingly well preserved considering its hiding place. I pulled it out, glancing over my shoulder guiltily, though I knew Mr. Harrison was off in the fields. It felt invasive, reading someone else's private thoughts. But my curiosity got the better of me. As I began to read, that curiosity quickly turned to confusion, then to horror. The journal belonged to a doctor, Elliot Harrison, dated 1954, Mr. Harrison's father. I realized, but this was no ordinary farmer. The pages detailed complex scientific experiments, far beyond anything I'd learned in my agriculture courses. Dr. Harrison wrote about his attempts to create hardier, crossbred, more productive livestock through genetic manipulation. But it wasn't just animals he was experimenting on. There were detailed notes about human subjects, vague references to volunteers from the local asylum. My hands shook as I turned the pages. Descriptions of failed experiments, of creatures that were neither fully human nor fully animal. Sketches that turned my stomach. And throughout it all, a growing sense of the doctor's obsession, his conviction that he was on the verge of a breakthrough that would revolutionize agriculture and change the world. The final entry, dated 1963, was different. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. It's done. The experiment was a success, but at what cost? They're out there now, hiding in the woods, in the fields. I can hear them at night, scratching at the walls. God forgive me for what I've created. I snapped the journal shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of sick joke, right? Or maybe the ramblings of a madman. There was no way any of this could be real. But even as I tried to rationalize it, memories of odd occurrences around the farm began to surface. The strange noises I'd heard at night, dismissed as wildlife. The areas of the property Mr. Harrison had warned me to avoid. The way the cattle sometimes seemed spooked by something I couldn't see. I shoved the journal back into its hiding place, my mind reeling. I needed to get out of this barn, to get some fresh air and clear my head. As I stepped outside, blinking in the harsh sunlight, I nearly ran into Mr. Harrison. "Making progress?" he asked, eyeing the pile of junk I'd accumulated. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Did he know about the journal? About what his father had done? Mr. Harrison's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing my unease. "Everything all right, Sam? You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I managed to say. "Just, it's hot in there. Needed some air." He nodded slowly. "Well, don't work too hard. Come on up to the house when you're done. I'll fix us some dinner." I watched him walk away, trying to reconcile the kind of gruff old man I knew with the dark history I'd just uncovered. Was he continuing his father's work? Or was he just as much a victim of it as anyone else? That night, as I lay in bed in the small apartment above the garage that Mr. Harrison had given me, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old building, every rustle from the fields outside, set my nerves on edge. I kept thinking about the journal, about the creatures Dr. Harrison had written about. Were they still out there after all these years? A sudden noise outside my window made me bolt upright. It was a strange, guttural sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before. My heart pounding, I crept to the window and peered out into the darkness. At first I saw nothing, but then movement caught my eye. Something was moving in the field beyond the barn. Something large, and definitely not a cow. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, and then it turned. I caught a glimpse of its face in the moonlight. I stumbled back from the window, biting back a scream. What I'd seen, it wasn't human, but it wasn't fully animal either. It was something in between, something that should not exist. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, every muscle tense, listening to the sounds of movement outside. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted, but relieved. Surely, in the light of day, everything would make sense again. But as the days passed, strange occurrences began to multiply. Tools would go missing, only to turn up in odd places. The cattle grew increasingly agitated, especially at night, and more than once I caught Mr. Harrison staring off into the woods with a troubled expression. I thought about leaving, about packing up my things and getting as far away from Willow Creek Farm as I could. But something held me back. Curiosity, maybe, or a sense of responsibility. Whatever Dr. Harrison had done, whatever he'd created, it was still out there. And maybe, just maybe, there was something I could do about it. I began my own investigations, carefully at first. I reread the journal, making notes, trying to understand the science behind Dr. Harrison's experiments. I explored the far reaches of the property, areas Mr. Harrison had told me to avoid, looking for signs of the creatures. Slowly, I started to piece together the truth. The experiments hadn't ended with Dr. Harrison's last journal entry. They'd continued, passed down from father to son. Mr. Harrison wasn't just aware of what his father had done, he was trying to fix it. It all came to a head one stormy night in late August. I was awakened by the sound of breaking glass and Mr. Harrison's shouts. I raced to the farmhouse, rain lashing at my face, to find the front door splintered and hanging off its hinges. Inside, the scene was chaos. Furniture overturned, claw marks scoring the walls. And there, in the center of the living room, stood Mr. Harrison, facing off against a creature that defied description. Part human, part animal. Its body, a patchwork of mismatched parts. Its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. "Sam!" Mr. Harrison yelled when he saw me. "The syringe on the mantel." I saw it then. A large syringe filled with a glowing blue liquid. Without thinking, I grabbed it and tossed it to Mr. Harrison in one smooth motion. He caught it and plunged it into the creature's neck. The thing let out a howl that made my blood run cold. It thrashed wildly for a moment, then collapsed to the floor, its body seeming to melt and reform before my eyes. In moments, all that was left was an unconscious, very human-looking man. Mr. Harrison sank to his knees, his face a mask of exhaustion and relief. "It's over," he murmured. "It's finally over." In the days that followed, Mr. Harrison told me everything. How his father's experiments had created a handful of hybrid creatures, how they'd hidden in the woods for decades, occasionally venturing out to terrorize the farm, and how he'd spent his life trying to find a cure, a way to reverse what his father had done. The man we captured that night was the last of them. With him cured, the long nightmare was finally over. But the weight of it, the dark legacy of Willow Creek Farm, would stay with me forever. I still work the farm with Mr. Harrison. We never spoke of that night to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the cornfields, I find myself scanning the tree line, wondering if we truly found them all. And I can't help but think about the thin line between scientific progress and playing God, and how easy it is to cross that line with the best of intentions. The secrets of Willow Creek Farm are buried now, as they should be, but the lessons about responsibility, about the unforeseen consequences of our actions, those will stay with me always, and I'll never look at a quiet, rural farm quite the same way again. The footprints ended abruptly in the middle of the field, as if their owner had simply vanished into thin air. I stood there, flashlight in hand, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. 20 years, on the force, and I'd never encountered anything like this. The car was still running, keys in the ignition, the driver's personal belongings untouched. It was as if the driver had stepped out for a moment and just disappeared. Little did I know, this seemingly routine call would lead me down a rabbit hole of inexplicable events and unsolved mysteries that would haunt me for years to come. My name's Sarah Jennings, and I've been a state trooper in Nevada for 2 decades. I thought I'd seen it all. High-speed chases, horrific accidents, even the occasional UFO report from some poor soul who'd been out in the desert heat too long. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night on a lonely stretch of Highway 50, deep in the heart of what locals call the loneliest road in America. It started as a typical night shift. I was cruising along the highway, more tumbleweed than traffic keeping me company, when the call came in. A passing motorist had reported an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road, hazard lights blinking. Standard procedure. I'd check it out, call a tow if necessary, and be on my way. As I pulled up behind the vehicle, a late model sedan, nothing remarkable about it, I noticed something odd. The engine was still running. I approached cautiously, one hand on my holster, out of habit. The driver's side door was slightly ajar, but there was no sign of the driver. I shone my flashlight into the interior. Everything looked normal. A half-empty water bottle in the cup holder, a phone charging on the dashboard, a duffel bag in the back seat. No signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing to indicate foul play. "Hello," I called out, sweeping my flashlight across the surrounding area. "Anyone there?" "Highway patrol." Only the whisper of the desert wind answered me. That's when I noticed the footprints. A single set, leading away from the driver's side door into the field adjacent to the highway. They were clear and purposeful, not the staggering tracks of someone injured or disoriented. I radioed in my situation and began to follow the prints. The field was mostly bare scrub brush and hard-packed earth, easy to see the trail in the beam of my flashlight. I expected to find the driver relieving themselves behind a bush, or maybe having wandered off in confusion. Instead, I found nothing. The footprints stopped abruptly, about 50 yards into the field. One moment, they were there, clear as day, and the next, nothing, just undisturbed earth stretching out into the darkness. I stood there for a long moment, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. People don't just vanish. There had to be an explanation. I searched the area thoroughly, widening my circle, looking for any sign of disturbance. Nothing. No scuff marks to indicate someone had jumped or been lifted. No signs of a struggle. Just those footprints. ending in the middle of nowhere. By the time backup arrived, I was sweating despite the cool night air. My colleague Mike took one look at my face and knew something was off. "What have we got, Sarah?" he asked, his hand instinctively moving to his holster. I explained the situation, showing him the car, the footprints, the impossible ending. He followed me out into the field, his own bewilderment growing with each step. "This is weird," he said finally, standing at the end of the trail. "Really weird. We called in forensics, had the area cordoned off. The next few hours were a blur of activity, photographing the scene, taking casts of the footprints, searching the vehicle. The driver was identified as one David Chen, 37, a software engineer from San Francisco. His family was contacted. No, they hadn't heard from him. Yes, he was driving to visit them in Denver. No, he had no history of mental illness or erratic behavior. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across the field, we were no closer to an explanation. David Chen had simply vanished, leaving behind a running car and a set of footprints that led nowhere. In the days that followed, the investigation intensified. Search parties combed the area. Helicopters with thermal imaging scanned for miles around. David's phone records, bank statements, and internet history were scrutinized. Missing persons bulletins were issued across multiple states. Nothing, not a single clue as to what had happened to David Chen. Theories abounded, each more outlandish than the last. Some suggested he'd been abducted by criminals, by a cult, by aliens. Others proposed he'd staged his own disappearance. There was talk of secret government experiments, of portals to other dimensions. I tried to stay grounded, to focus on the facts, but the more I dug into the case, the stranger things became. A week after David's disappearance, I received an anonymous tip. The caller, a trembling voice, disguised by some kind of modulator, told me to look into something called the Highway of Tears. At first, I dismissed it as another crackpot lead, but something about the caller's urgency stuck with me. That night, unable to sleep, I started researching. What I found chilled me to the bone. The Highway of Tears, it turned out, wasn't just one highway. It was a phenomenon reported across multiple states, even multiple countries. Lonely stretches of road where people had vanished without a trace, often leaving behind vehicles in perfect working order. In some cases, there were reports of strange lights in the sky. In others, witnesses described a feeling of lost time, of the world around them seeming to shift and change. The deeper I dug, the more cases I found that mirrored David's. A woman in Alaska whose car was found running, her purse still on the seat, footprints leading into the snow before suddenly stopping. A truck driver in Australia who vanished while making a routine delivery, his rig discovered idling on the side of the Outback Highway. I began to compile a file, cross-referencing cases, looking for patterns. Most of the disappearances happened at night. Many occurred in remote areas. In several cases, witnesses reported electronic malfunctions, radios cutting out, phones losing signal, just before the disappearances. As my off-duty hours became consumed by this research, I could feel myself changing. I became jumpy, paranoid. Every time I patrolled that stretch of Highway 50, I found myself scanning the horizon, half expecting to see strange lights or shadowy figures. My colleagues noticed the change. Mike confronted me about it one night over coffee at the station. "Sarah, you've got to let this go," he said, his eyes full of concern. "The Chen case is cold. It's eating you up. I wanted to tell him everything about the highway of tears, about the patterns I'd discovered, but I knew how it would sound. I'd be taken off active duty, sent to psych. So, I nodded, promised to take some time off to get my head straight, but I couldn't let it go. The next night, I found myself back on Highway 50, off duty, my personal vehicle loaded with cameras and scanning equipment I'd borrowed from a friend in the UFO watching community. I don't know what I expected to find. Proof, maybe. Something to make sense of the senseless, to explain the inexplicable. What I got was something else entirely. It was just after midnight when my radio started to crackle with static. At first I thought nothing of it. Reception was spotty out here at the best of times. But then I noticed the lights on my dashboard flickering. My headlights dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. Heart pounding, I pulled over to the side of the road. This was it. The electronic interference reported in other cases. I grabbed my camera, ready to document whatever came next. That's when I saw it. A light in the field, beside the highway. Not a flashlight or a vehicle headlight, but something different. It pulsed with a soft, bluish glow, hovering about 6 feet off the ground. I stepped out of my car, camera forgotten in my hand. The light seemed to beckon to me, pulling me forward. I took one step, then another. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice was screaming at me to stop, to get back in the car, to drive away as fast as I could, but it was drowned out by an overwhelming sense of curiosity, of longing. I had to know what the light was. I had to understand. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning. The light stayed just ahead of me, always just out of reach. I was vaguely aware of my feet moving, of the brush scraping against my legs, and then suddenly, the light was gone. I blinked, disoriented, the spell broken. I found myself standing in the middle of the field. No idea how far I'd come. I turned back toward the highway, expecting to see my car's headlights. There was nothing. No car, no highway, just empty desert stretching out in all directions, silvered by the light of a moon I didn't remember seeing earlier. Panic set in. I spun around, trying to get my bearings. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the dirt. My footprints, leading to where I stood. And beyond them, another set of prints. Familiar prints that I'd seen once before, ending abruptly in the middle of nowhere. I stood there, my mind reeling, as the full weight of my situation crashed down upon me. I understood now. I was no longer the investigator. I had become part of the mystery. As the first light of dawn began to creep across the horizon, I made a decision. I would follow those footprints, David Chen's footprints. Whatever had happened to him, whatever lay beyond that impossible ending, I would find out. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever came next. Then, I stepped forward, leaving my own trail of footprints in the desert sand. Somewhere out there, in the vast emptiness of the Nevada desert, there's an abandoned car with its engine still running and a set of footprints leading nowhere. The highway of tears had claimed another victim, and I had become just another unsolved mystery on the loneliest road in America. The first footprint appeared like a phantom in the morning dew, its shape unmistakably human, yet far too large to belong to any of us. I stared at it, my coffee mug forgotten in my hand, as the rising sun cast long shadows across our ravaged campsite. Our food was strewn about, tents slashed, and an eerie silence hung in the air where bird songs should have been. But it was that single massive footprint that sent a chill down my spine. Whatever had visited us in the night was no ordinary animal, and I had a sickening feeling it wasn't done with us yet. My name is Alex, and this camping trip was supposed to be a chance for my family to reconnect, to escape the constant buzz of technology, and to remember what it was like to just be together. My wife, Sarah, our 2 kids, Lily and Max, and I had spent months planning this getaway to Blue Pine Campground, a remote site nestled deep in the mountains. We'd arrived late yesterday afternoon, the kids buzzing with excitement as we set up our tents and gathered wood for the fire. As the sun set, we roasted marshmallows and told ghost stories, our laughter echoing through the trees. It felt perfect, like we'd finally found a way to pause the hectic pace of our lives and just breathe. If only I'd known then how quickly our idyllic retreat would turn into a nightmare. The first sign that something was wrong came in the middle of the night. I woke to the sound of rustling outside our tent, far too loud to be a raccoon or any of the small wildlife we'd been warned about. Grabbing my flashlight, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. The beam of light caught a flash of movement at the edge of our campsite. Something large ducked behind a tree too quickly for me to make out its shape. Heart pounding, I zipped the tent back up and lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of something large moving around our camp. When morning came, the full extent of the intrusion became clear. Our cooler had been upended, its contents scattered across the ground. Claw marks scored the sides of our tents, and there, in a patch of bare earth, was that enormous footprint. Alex, what's going on? Sarah's voice snapped me out of my daze. She stood in the entrance of our tent, her eyes widening as she took in the scene. I tried to keep my voice calm, for her sake. Looks like we had a visitor last night. Probably a bear. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Bears didn't leave footprints like that. As Sarah woke the kids, and we began to clean up the mess, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest around us seemed too quiet, the shadows between the trees too deep. Dad, can we go home now? Lily asked, her voice small and frightened as she clutched her stuffed rabbit. I wanted nothing more than to say yes, to pack up our things and drive back to the safety of civilization. But when I tried to start the car, my blood ran cold. The engine sputtered and died, refusing to turn over no matter how many times I tried. It's okay, I told my family, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Probably just a dead battery. I'll hike down to the ranger station and get help. Sarah grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. You can't go out there alone. What if whatever did this is still out there? I hesitated. She was right, of course. But what choice did we have? In the end, we decided to stick together. We packed some supplies and started down the trail towards the ranger station. It was only 5 miles, an easy hike under normal circumstances. But with every snapping twig and rustle in the underbrush, our nerves frayed a little more. We were about halfway there when Max spotted it. Another footprint. This one pressed into a patch of mud beside the trail. It was even larger than the first and fresher. It's following us, Sarah whispered, pulling the kids close. I wanted to reassure her, to say it was probably just a coincidence, but the words stuck in my throat, because deep down, I knew she was right. We picked up our pace, the kids whimpering as branches scratched at their arms and legs. The sun was starting to set, the forest growing darker by the minute. And still, the ranger station seemed no closer. That's when we heard it, a low rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Lily screamed, and Max burst into tears. "Run!" I yelled, scooping up Lily as Sarah grabbed Max's hand. We tore down the trail, blind panic driving us forward. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us at every step. And all the while, that growl grew louder, closer. I chanced to look back, and immediately wished I hadn't. Something was moving through the trees behind us. Something massive and dark. I caught a glimpse of glowing eyes and a flash of teeth before I turned back, running faster than I ever had in my life. We burst into a small clearing, gasping for breath, and there, like a miracle, was a cabin. Not the ranger station we'd been aiming for, but at that moment, it looked like salvation. I didn't stop to question our luck. We raced for the door, praying it would be unlocked. The handle turned under my grip, and we tumbled inside, slamming the door behind us. For a long moment, we just stood there, chests heaving, listening to the sounds of something large circling the cabin. Scratching noises came from the walls, and a low, frustrated growl echoed through the night. "What is it, Daddy?" Lily whimpered, burying her face in my shoulder. "I don't know, sweetheart," I said, stroking her hair. "But we're safe in here. It can't get us." As our eyes adjusted to the gloom, we began to take in our surroundings. The cabin was small, just one room, with a fireplace, a few pieces of rustic furniture, and shelves lined with canned goods and supplies. It looked like some kind of emergency shelter or hunting cabin. Sarah found some lanterns and lit them, casting a warm glow around the room as the kids huddled together on a threadbare couch. She pulled me aside. "Alex, what are we going to do?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What if it doesn't leave?" I took a deep breath, trying to think rationally. We've got shelter, and it looks like there's enough food here to last a while. We'll wait it out. Someone's bound to come looking for us eventually. But as the night wore on, that confidence began to waver. The creature outside showed no signs of leaving. We could hear it moving around the cabin, testing the walls and door. Occasionally, it would let out a roar that made the windows rattle. The kids finally fell into an uneasy sleep, exhausted from the day's terror. Sarah and I took turns keeping watch, peering out the windows into the darkness. It was during my watch, in the darkest hours of the night, that I saw it clearly for the first time. The moon had come out from behind the clouds, illuminating the clearing in front of the cabin. And there, standing at the edge of the trees, was a creature that shouldn't exist. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a patchwork of animal parts. Thick fur covered most of its body, but I could see patches of scales and what looked like feathers. Its face was a nightmarish blend of bear and something almost human, with eyes that glowed an unnatural yellow in the moonlight. As I watched, frozen in horror, it turned those glowing eyes directly towards me, and then, impossibly, it smiled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This couldn't be real. Creatures like that didn't exist. They couldn't. But the growl that rumbled through the night was very, very real. I don't know how long we stayed in that cabin. Days blurred together, marked only by the rising and setting of the sun and the constant presence of the creature outside. We rationed the food carefully, knowing we might be in for a long wait. The kids were surprisingly resilient, turning our confinement into a game of sorts. But I could see the strain wearing on Sarah, the constant fear taking its toll. On what I think was the fifth day, we woke to silence. No growls, no scratching at the walls. Cautiously, I peered out the window. The clearing was empty. We waited another full day before we dared to venture out. The forest seemed normal again. Birds singing, small animals scurrying about. But the claw marks on the cabin walls and the massive footprints in the mud were undeniable proof that our ordeal had been real. We made our way back to our campsite, half expecting to find it destroyed. Instead, we found park rangers in a search party. Our car had been fixed. Apparently, someone had noticed it, sitting abandoned, and called it in. We told them a sanitized version of events, that we'd gotten lost, found the cabin, and waited out a storm. Who would believe the truth? As we drove home, the kids chattering excitedly about their adventure, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd glimpsed something we were never meant to see, a creature that lurked in the shadows of the world, defying explanation. We never went camping again, but sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind howls outside our safely locked doors, I find myself thinking about that cabin in the woods. I wonder if somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness, that creature is still roaming, waiting for the next unsuspecting family to cross its path. The wilderness holds secrets, ancient and terrifying, and sometimes those secrets have teeth and claws. The first thing I noticed was the silence on a cruise ship carrying over 3,000 passengers and 1,500 crew members. Silence is never a good sign. I stood in the middle of the Lido deck, where just hours ago, families had been splashing in the pool and music had been blaring from the speakers. Now, there was nothing but the gentle lapping of waves against the hull and the distant hum of engines. As I turned in a slow circle, taking in the abandoned lounge chairs and half-empty cocktails, a chill ran down my spine. Where was everyone? And why did the air suddenly feel so different? My name is Mia Chen, and what should have been a relaxing Caribbean cruise turned into the most bewildering and terrifying experience of my life. I'm still not sure I believe what happened to me, but I know one thing for certain. Time isn't as linear as we think it is, and sometimes the fabric of reality can slip in ways we can't begin to understand. It had started as a typical day at sea. I'd woken up late, nursed a slight hangover from the previous night's karaoke party with a greasy breakfast, and spent the morning lounging by the pool with my latest beach read. Around noon, I decided to head back to my cabin for a quick nap before the afternoon's activities. I remember closing my eyes, the gentle rocking of the ship lulling me to sleep. When I woke up, the light filtering through my porthole window seemed off, dimmer somehow, with a strange bluish quality I'd never seen before. Disoriented, I checked my phone. The screen was black, completely dead, despite having been fully charged when I lay down. Frowning, I got up and tried the cabin's phone. Nothing but a faint buzzing on the line. That's when I noticed the silence. No distant laughter from the hallway, no muffled announcements over the PA system. Just nothing. A knot of unease formed in my stomach as I stepped out into the hallway. It was deserted. The usual bustle of passengers and crew members was conspicuously absent. My footsteps echoed unnaturally loud on the carpeted floor as I made my way towards the elevator bank. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and lost in the empty corridor. No response. The elevator arrived with a cheerful ding that seemed wildly out of place in the eerie silence. As I rode up to the Lido deck, I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe there was some sort of emergency drill I'd slept through. But no, they always announced those well in advance, and surely someone would have woken me. When the elevator doors opened onto the Lido deck, the full extent of the strangeness hit me. The massive open-air deck was completely deserted. Lounge chairs sat empty, some with towels and books still draped over them, as if their occupants had just stepped away for a moment. The bars were unmanned, rows of colorful cocktails abandoned on their counters. I walked slowly around the deck, my heart pounding. "Hello," I called again, louder this time. "Is anyone here?" Only the sound of the waves answered me. As I completed my circuit of the deck, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The lifeboats were all still in place. If there had been some kind of emergency evacuation, surely they would have been launched. I spent the next few hours searching the ship, deck by deck, my panic growing with each empty room and deserted corridor I encountered. The theater was mid-setup for the evening show. The casino slot machines were blinking silently in the dim light. The main dining room's tables were set for a dinner that would never be served. Everywhere I looked, I found signs of life interrupted. Half-eaten meals in the buffet, a load of laundry tumbling endlessly in a dryer, in the otherwise empty laundromat, a child's stuffed animal dropped in the middle of a hallway. But of the thousands of people who should have been on board, I found no trace. As night fell, or what I assumed was night, given the deepening of that strange bluish light, I made my way to the bridge, hoping against hope to find someone, anyone, who could explain what was happening. The bridge was as deserted as the rest of the ship, but at least here, there were signs of life. Radar screens blinked, showing our position in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. Navigation systems hummed softly. The ship was still on course, its automated systems continuing their work even in the absence of human oversight. I slumped into the captain's chair, exhaustion and fear finally overtaking me. What had happened? Where was everyone? And more importantly, what was I going to do now? As I sat there, staring blankly at the array of instruments before me, something caught my eye. The date display on one of the monitors. I blinked. Sure, I must be seeing things, but no. There it was, in glowing green letters. August 13th, 2024. A week, somehow now impossibly, a week, had passed since I'd laid down for my nap. I laughed then, a high, hysterical sound that echoed weirdly in the empty bridge. This couldn't be happening. People didn't just lose a week of time. Entire ships full of people didn't just vanish. And yet here I was. The next few days, if they were indeed days, time seemed to have lost all meaning, passed in a blur. I roamed the ship, leaving notes in every public space, begging for a response, for some sign that I wasn't alone. I tried every phone, every radio, every possible means of communication, but was met with nothing but static. I ate from the slowly rotting supplies in the ship's massive kitchens, slept fitfully in a different cabin each night, and tried to keep myself sane by talking out loud, narrating my actions as if I was the protagonist in some bizarre reality show. On what I think was the fourth day of my solitude, I saw the lights. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, my mind finally cracking under the strain of isolation. But no, there they were, distant pinpricks of light on the horizon, growing larger by the minute. Hope surged through me. Another ship? A rescue party? I raced to the bow, waving my arms and shouting, even though I knew they were still too far away to see or hear me. As the lights grew closer, I realized with a start that they weren't coming from the sea, but from the sky. My elation turned to confusion, then to a kind of numb acceptance. Of course, why not? After everything else, why shouldn't there be strange lights in the sky? The lights descended slowly, hovering over the ship. They were beautiful, pulsing with colors I had no names for, casting shimmering reflections on the calm sea. As I watched, a beam of light shot down from the center of the formation, touching the deck just a few feet away from me. And then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the lights vanished, and I was no longer alone. The deck was filled with people, passengers in swimsuits and sundresses, crew members in their crisp uniforms. They milled about in confusion, voices rising in a babble of questions and exclamations. What happened? Where did everyone go? Was I dreaming? I stood frozen, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. A man in a captain's uniform strode purposefully towards me, his face a mask of concern. Miss, are you all right? You look pale. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. How could I possibly explain what had happened in the days that followed as the ship made its way back to port? A story was pieced together. According to everyone else on board, no time had passed at all. One moment, they had been going about their day. The next, they had found themselves standing on the deck, disoriented and confused. Only I remembered the empty ship, the days of solitude, the strange lights. Only I had lived through that impossible week. The incident made headlines around the world. Cruise ship reappears after mysterious disappearance. Experts were consulted, theories were proposed and debunked. Some spoke of wormholes, others of alien abduction. A few fringe voices even suggested a mass hallucination or an elaborate hoax. As for me, I gave my statement to the authorities and then retreated from the public eye. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? How could I describe the profound loneliness of those days on the empty ship? The bone-deep wrongness of a world slightly out of sync? I've never set foot on another cruise ship. The sight of the ocean fills me with a nameless dread, and sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced that I'm back there, alone on an empty ship, adrift in a sea of time. I don't know what happened on the paradise of the seas. I don't know where everyone went, or why I was left behind, or what those lights in the sky were. But I do know this: our understanding of reality, of time and space, is far more limited than we think. There are things out there, forces at work, that we can't begin to comprehend. And sometimes, if we're very unlucky, we catch a glimpse of them, a peek behind the curtain of reality into the vast, terrifying unknown that lies beyond. I got that glimpse, and it changed me forever. So the next time you're on a cruise, or any ship for that matter, and you feel a sudden chill or notice the quality of light change ever so slightly, or find yourself alone in a place that should be crowded, remember my story and hope with every fiber of your being that you don't slip through the cracks of time like I did. Because trust me, once you've experienced that kind of impossible solitude, you're never quite the same again. The scratching started on the first night, a faint, persistent sound that could have been tree branches against the cabin's wooden walls, if not for the absolute stillness of the air outside. I lay awake, Emily's steady breathing beside me, and listened as the noise grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't until I heard a distinct tapping on the bedroom window that I realized, with a chill that ran deep into my bones, that whatever was out there wasn't a tree, and it wandered. My name is Daniel, and what was supposed to be a romantic getaway with my girlfriend turned into a waking nightmare that I'm still trying to understand. We'd been dating for a year, and with both of us drowning in work stress, a week in a secluded cabin seemed like the perfect escape. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just us and the great outdoors. If only we'd known what was waiting for us in those woods. We arrived at the cabin late Friday afternoon. It was exactly as advertised. Cozy, 2-bedroom log structure, nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering pines. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the dirt road leading to the property had been rough enough to make us question our decision more than once. But as we stepped out of the car, the fresh mountain air and the absolute quiet washed away our doubts. This was exactly what we needed. The cabin's owner, a gruff older man named Bill, met us with the keys. As he gave us a quick tour, I couldn't help but notice how his eyes darted nervously around, never quite settling on one spot. "Now, a couple of things to remember," he said as we stood on the porch. "Don't go wandering in the woods after dark. Lots of wildlife out there, and it's easy to get turned around. And if you hear any strange noises at night, just ignore them. Probably just raccoons or something." I nodded, not thinking much of it at the time. Every cabin owner had their quirks and warnings. "Oh, and one more thing," Bill added, his hand on the door. "Whatever you do, don't open the doors or windows at night, no matter what you hear. Got it?" Before we could ask what he meant, he was gone, his truck kicking up dust as he sped down the dirt road. Emily and I exchanged glances. "Well, that was weird," she said, with a nervous laugh. I shrugged it off. "Probably just trying to scare the city folk. Come on, let's unpack." The rest of the day was perfect. We hiked a nearby trail, cooked dinner on the old wood stove, and spent the evening cuddled up on the porch swing, watching the stars come out in a sky unspoiled by light pollution. It wasn't until we were getting ready for bed that I noticed the scratches. They were on the inside of the doors and around the windows, long, deep gouges in the wood that looked like they'd been made by something with very sharp claws. "Em, come look at this," I called out. She came over, frowning, as she ran her fingers over the marks. "Weird. You think a bear tried to get in or something?" "Maybe," I said, though something about the scratches made my skin crawl. They seemed too deliberate, too purposeful. We went to bed, joking about ghost bears to lighten the mood. But as the night wore on and the scratching started, those jokes didn't seem funny anymore. I lay there, every muscle tense, listening to the sound move around the cabin. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause, and then the tapping on the window, like something was testing the glass. Emily stirred beside me. "Dan, do you hear that?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. We clung to each other, barely breathing, as the tapping moved from window to window. Finally, after what felt like hours, it stopped. We eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. As dawn began to break, the next morning we tried to rationalize what had happened. Raccoons, we decided, or maybe a particularly persistent owl. We spent the day hiking and swimming in a nearby lake, the bright sunshine making the terrors of the night seem distant and silly. But as evening fell and we returned to the cabin, that sense of unease crept back. We double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tight, and tried to distract ourselves with board games. And when the scratching started earlier that night, more insistent than before, and this time it was accompanied by something else, a low, guttural sound that was almost, but not quite, a voice. "Daniel," Emily whispered, her face pale in the lamplight. "That's not an animal." I wanted to reassure her, to say it was just the wind, or our imaginations playing tricks on us. But as the not-quite voice grew louder, forming sounds that were almost words, I couldn't lie to her, or to myself. We huddled together on the bed, watching the shadows under the door, listening to whatever was out there circle the cabin again and again. At one point, something heavy threw itself against the front door, making the whole cabin shudder. I thought about making a run for the car, but the keys were in the living room, and the idea of opening any door seemed impossible. So we waited, clinging to each other, as the night stretched on endlessly. Just before dawn, in that darkest hour when hope seems furthest away, we heard a new sound. Footsteps on the porch, then a knock at the door. A human knock. "Hello? Anyone in there?" A man's voice, gruff, but blessedly normal. We approached the door cautiously. Through the peephole, I could see Bill, the cabin owner, standing on the porch with a flashlight. I opened the door, relief flooding through me. "Bill, thank God. There's something out here. Something." He cut me off, pushing past us into the cabin. "I know. That's why I'm here. You two okay?" We nodded, still shaking. Bill did a quick circuit of the cabin, checking the windows and doors. When he was satisfied, he turned to us with a grim expression. "I owe you an apology," he said. "I should have told you the whole truth when you got here, but I was afraid you'd leave, and I need the money, if I'm being honest." "Told us what?" Emily demanded. "What the hell is going on here?" Bill sighed, suddenly looking much older. "This land, it's not right. Never has been, as long as I can remember. Things live in these woods. Things that ain't natural. Most of the time, they keep to themselves. But sometimes, especially when there's new blood around, they get curious." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of things?" He shook his head. "I don't rightly know. Never seen them clearly, but I've heard 'em. Felt 'em watching. They're smart, whatever they are. Smart and hungry." "Why don't you leave?" Emily asked. "I can't," Bill said simply. "This land's been in my family for generations. And besides," he added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "I don't think they'd let me." We spent the rest of that night huddled in the living room with Bill, listening to his stories of the things that lived in the woods, tales passed down through his family of people who'd vanished over the years, of nights when the barriers between our world and something else seemed to thin. As the sun rose, casting long shadows through the trees, Bill stood up. "They'll be gone now," he said. "They can't stand the daylight. You two should pack up and go. I'll refund your money." We didn't argue. Within an hour, we were in our car, speeding down the mountain road, the cabin receding in our rearview mirror. We never talked much about what happened that weekend. How could we explain it to anyone else? Even between ourselves, we found it easier to let the memory fade, to focus on our normal, safe lives in the city. But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind blows just right, I find myself listening for that scratching sound, and in my dreams, I still hear that almost voice calling from just beyond the walls, trying to form words I hope I never understand. I don't know what lives in those woods. I don't know why it was so interested in us, or what it might have done if it had gotten inside. But I do know this. There are places in this world where the veil between realities is thin, where things we can't comprehend lurk just out of sight. If you ever find yourself in a secluded cabin miles from civilization and you hear a scratching at the door or a tapping at the window, remember my story. Keep the doors locked, the curtains drawn, and whatever you do, don't let it in. Because once you acknowledge those things in the dark, once you let them know you can hear them, they'll never stop calling. And sooner or later, curiosity, or fear, or simple exhaustion might lead you to answer. Take it from me. Some calls are better left unanswered. Some doors are meant to stay closed. And some woods are best left unexplored, no matter how inviting they might seem in the light of day. The voice crackled through the CB radio, desperate and filled with static. Please, anyone, I need help. I'm at the old Starlight truck stop. Something's here. Oh God, it's coming back. Please hurry. Then, nothing but dead air. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, as I stared out at the empty highway stretching before me. The rational part of my brain said to ignore it, to keep driving. But 20 years on the road had taught me one thing. Out here, in the vast emptiness of the American night, sometimes a trucker is all that stands between a stranger and disaster. With a muttered curse, I flipped on my turn signal and took the next exit. I didn't know it then, but that decision would lead me into a nightmare I'm still trying to understand. My name is Mike Callahan, and I've been hauling freight across the country since I was old enough to get my CDL. I've seen my share of weird stuff out on the lonely highways. Ghost lights, inexplicable weather patterns, even what some might call UFOs. But nothing in all my years prepared me for what I encountered that night at the abandoned Starlight truck stop. It was a typical run, Seattle to Miami, with a trailer full of electronics. I was making good time, the miles melting away under my wheels as I cruised through the New Mexico desert. The radio kept me company, a mix of old country tunes and the occasional chatter from other truckers. It was just past 2 a.m. when the distress call came through. At first, I thought it was just some kids playing around on the channel. It wouldn't be the first time. But something in that voice, the raw fear, the desperation, made me think twice. I tried to respond, to get more information, but there was no answer. Just that eerie static. I knew the Starlight. It had been a popular stop back in the day. A little oasis of neon and greasy food in the middle of nowhere. But it had shut down years ago. Another victim of the new highway bypass now. It was just a crumbling relic, slowly being reclaimed by the desert. As I took the exit, a cold feeling settled in my gut. What if this was a trap? It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to lure a trucker off the main road with a fake distress call. But I couldn't shake the memory of that terrified voice. If someone really was in trouble out here, they didn't have many options for help. The old access road was barely more than a pair of tire tracks now. Weeds growing up through cracks in the asphalt. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating scrub brush and the occasional piece of wind-blown trash. And then, rising out of the night like a ghost, I saw it. The Starlight truck stop. It was in worse shape than I remembered. The once cheerful neon sign was dark, most of its tubes shattered. The windows of the main building were boarded up, and half the roof had caved in. The vast parking lot, once filled with rigs from all over the country, was empty, save for tumbleweeds and broken glass. I pulled up in front of the main entrance, leaving my engine running. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the idle of my truck and the creak of settling metal as the old building shifted in the night wind. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and lost in the emptiness. "Anyone here?" I heard a distress call on the CB. Nothing, not even an echo. I grabbed my flashlight from the cab and cautiously approached the building. The boards over the main doors had been pried away, leaving a dark maw that seemed to swallow my light. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in my truck and drive away. But I couldn't shake the memory of that desperate voice. What if someone was hurt in there, unable to call out? I stepped inside, the beam of my flashlight revealing a scene of decay and abandonment. Overturned tables, shattered plates, layers of dust covering everything. It looked like the place had been picked clean by scavengers years ago. "Hello?" I called again, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Anyone?" Here, a sound from the back of the building made me jump. A scraping noise, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. "Hey, you okay back there?" I moved towards the sound, my heart pounding as I rounded the corner into what used to be the kitchen. My flashlight beam fell on something that made my blood run cold. There, propped up against an old stove, was a CB radio. It looked brand new, completely out of place in the decaying ruin around it. I approached slowly, my mind racing. Had the person who called for help left this here? But why? And where were they now? That's when I noticed something else. On the floor around the radio were strange markings, curved lines and symbols drawn in what looked horribly like dried blood. I took a step back, suddenly very aware of how quiet it was. Even the wind seemed to have died down. And then I heard it, a low guttural sound coming from somewhere behind me. It was almost, but not quite, a voice. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I slowly turned around. There, in the doorway, was something. In the brief moment before terror overtook me, my mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It was vaguely humanoid, but too tall, too thin, its limbs bent at impossible angles, and its face, God, its face, was just a blank expanse of pale skin with a mouth that split it from top to bottom. I'd like to say I fought, or that I at least had the presence of mind to run. But the truth is, I froze, rooted to the spot, as that thing unfolded itself, growing even taller, as it flowed into the room, like smoke given form. It reached for me, with hands that were more like claws, and I felt my consciousness slipping away. The last thing I remember is the CB radio crackling to life, that same desperate voice calling out for help. I woke up in my truck, parked on the side of the highway. For a moment, I thought it had all been a vivid nightmare, but then I noticed the dust coating my clothes, the scratches on my arms, and there, on the passenger seat, was the CB radio from the abandoned truck stop. My logbook showed I'd lost almost 6 hours. 6 hours that I had no memory of. I drove to the nearest town in a daze, checked into a motel, and tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or had my mind conjured up some impossible horror to fill in the gaps in my memory? I thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd been lured to an abandoned truck stop by a ghost on the CB, then attacked by some kind of monster? They'd laugh me out of the station, if they didn't lock me up for my own safety. In the end, I did the only thing I could do. I got back on the road and finished my run. But things were different after that night. I found myself jumping at shadows, flinching every time the CB crackled with static. I started taking routes that avoided long stretches of empty highway, even if it meant longer trips. And that CB radio? I couldn't bring myself to get rid of it, but I couldn't stand to have it in my truck either. It sits in a storage unit now, wrapped in chains and locked in a box. Some nights, I swear I can hear it calling, that same desperate voice, begging for help. I've tried to find out more about the Starlight truck stop since then. Turns out, it has quite a history. Stories of disappearances going back decades. Truckers who stopped there and were never seen again. Local legends about ancient burial grounds and doorways to other worlds. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know if what I experienced was real, some kind of hallucination, or something in between. But I do know this. There are things out there in the darkness that we can't explain. Things that lurk on the edges of our world, waiting for someone to answer their call. So, if you're ever out on the road late at night, and you hear a desperate voice on the CB begging for help, think twice before you answer, because sometimes the call for help isn't coming from someone in trouble. Sometimes it's coming from the trouble itself. And if you find yourself driving past an abandoned truck stop in the middle of the New Mexico desert, keep on driving, don't look back, and whatever you do, don't stop, because you never know what might be waiting there in the darkness, ready to pull you into a nightmare you might never wake up from. As for me, I still drive, but never at night if I can help it. And I keep my CB turned off, no matter how lonely the road gets, because I know now that some calls are better left unanswered, and some mysteries are best left unsolved. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out onto the porch that morning was the silence. No birdsong, no distant low of cattle, not even the rustle of wind through the cornfields, just an eerie, oppressive quiet that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then I saw it, a vast, intricate pattern carved into my wheat field, the stalks bent and woven with impossible precision. In that moment, as the rising sun cast long shadows across the design, I knew my life would never be the same. What I didn't know was how deep the rabbit hole went, or how dangerous the truth would turn out to be. My name's Jack Harper, and I've been farming this land for over 30 years. It's been in my family for generations, passed down from father to son since my great-grandfather first broke ground here in the 1890s. I've seen droughts, floods, and everything in between. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that summer. It started innocently enough. A few of my cows got spooked one night, breaking through a fence and stampeding across the north pasture. Unusual, but not unheard of. Then my tractor started acting up, the electronics going haywire for no apparent reason. Again, annoying, but nothing too out of the ordinary for aging farm equipment. But then came the lights. I first saw them about a week before the crop circle appeared. I was up late, going over some paperwork in the kitchen, when a flash of light outside caught my eye. At first I thought it was headlights from a passing car, but we're pretty isolated out here. The nearest neighbor is 5 miles down the road. I stepped outside, and that's when I saw them. 3 bright orbs of light hovering silently over my wheat field. They pulsed with an otherworldly glow, casting long shadows across the swaying stalks. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the lights shot straight up into the sky and vanished. I told myself I was tired, that maybe I dozed off at the kitchen table and dreamed the whole thing. But deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. The next few nights, I stayed up watching, but the lights didn't return. Just as I was starting to think I'd imagined it all, I woke up to find the crop circle. It was massive, covering nearly half of my 100-acre wheat field. The design was incredibly complex, a series of interlocking circles and crescents that seemed to spiral out from a central point. The wheat stalks were bent, not broken, woven together in a way that defied explanation. I called the sheriff, more out of a sense of obligation than any real hope for answers. Bob's been a friend for years, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes as he surveyed the damage. It could be pranksters, he suggested, not sounding very convinced. You know how kids get in the summer, looking for thrills. I shook my head. Bob, this would have taken a team of people all night to do, and they'd have left tracks. Look at the ground. There's not a single footprint or tire track anywhere. He didn't have an answer for that. Word spread quickly, as it tends to do in small towns. By noon, my driveway was clogged with curiosity seekers, amateur paranormal investigators, and local news crews. I did my best to keep them off my property, but it was like trying to hold back the tide. That's when things started to get really strange. It began with the animals. My dogs, usually friendly to a fault, became aggressive, snarling at anyone who came near the crop circle. The cattle refused to graze anywhere near that field, clustering at the far end of their pasture and bellowing uneasily through the night. Then the equipment failures escalated. Not just my tractor now, but every piece of electronic equipment on the farm. Cell phones died within minutes of being fully charged. The TV emitted nothing but static, occasionally interrupted by bursts of what sounded like voices speaking in an unknown language. And the dreams. God, the dreams. Every night, I found myself wandering through that wheat field. The stalks whisper singing around me in voices just on the edge of comprehension. Something was always just ahead of me, always just out of sight. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the taste of metal in my mouth, and the feeling that I was on the verge of understanding something vast and terrible. About a week after the crop circle appeared, I had a visitor. He introduced himself as Dr. Alan Fredman, an astrophysicist from the State University. He was different from the other investigators who'd come sniffing around. Quieter, more serious. Mr. Harper, he said, his eyes never leaving the crop circle. Have you noticed any other unusual phenomena since this appeared? Lights in the sky, perhaps. Electronic disturbances? The hair on the back of my neck stood up. How did you know about that? He turned to me then, his expression grave. Because this isn't the first time this has happened. There's a pattern, Mr. Harper. These events, they're escalating. Over the next few hours, Dr. Fredman told me things that shook me to my core about other crop circles, all following a similar design, appearing across the country over the past few years, about increased UFO sightings in those areas, and about people who had gone missing, always in the weeks following the appearance of a circle. We believe, he said in a low voice, that these are some kind of test sites, that whatever intelligence is behind this is preparing for something bigger. I wanted to dismiss it all as crazy talk, but I couldn't. Not after what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. What do they want? I asked, my mouth dry. Dr. Fredman shook his head. We don't know, but we think you might be in danger, Mr. Harper. These sights, they seem to have a strange effect on the people closest to them. We've documented cases of unusual behavior, of people claiming to receive messages or orders from some unknown source. As he spoke, I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought of my dreams, of the whispers, just on the edge of understanding. What should I do? I asked. Let us set up some monitoring equipment. He said, and whatever you do, don't enter that field. No matter what you hear, no matter what you think you see, promise me. I promised. But promises, I would soon learn, are hard to keep when reality itself seems to be unraveling around you. The next few days were a blur of activity. Dr. Fredman and his team set up cameras and sensors around the perimeter of the crop circle. They took samples of the soil and the wheat, muttering to each other in low, worried tones. And all the while, the whispers in my dreams grew louder, more insistent. I'd wake up with strange symbols etched in my mind, my fingers itching to draw them. The urge to walk into that field, to reach the center of the circle, became almost overwhelming. It all came to a head on the 7th night after the circle appeared. I was jolted awake by a sound I'd never heard before, a low, thrumming vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stumbled to the window and felt my heart stop. The crop circle was glowing, pulsing with a soft, blue-white light that seemed to beat in time with the thrumming sound. And there, hovering above it, were the lights I'd seen before, but this time, they were descending. I don't remember deciding to go outside. One moment, I was at the window. The next, I was running across the yard in my pajamas, drawn toward the circle by a force I couldn't resist. Dr. Fredman's warning echoed in my head, but it seemed distant, unimportant. All that mattered was reaching the center of the circle, meeting whatever was coming down from the sky. I was at the edge of the wheat field when a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back. It was Dr. Fredman, his face pale in the otherworldly light. "Harper, no," he shouted over the thrumming. "If you go in there, we'll lose you." I struggled against his grip, the whispers in my head drowning out everything else. But he held firm, and slowly, painfully, I felt the compulsion begin to fade. We watched, transfixed, as the lights descended into the center of the crop circle. There was a flash, so bright it left spots dancing in my vision. And then, nothing. The lights were gone. The thrumming stopped. The crop circle lay dark and still. In the days that followed, government agents swarmed my farm. The crop circle was dug up, every grain of soil tested and retested. I was questioned for hours, as were Dr. Fredman and his team. They found nothing. No radiation, no unexplained elements, nothing to prove that anything out of the ordinary had happened. The official story became that it was an elaborate hoax, despite the lack of any evidence to support that theory. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. It's been 5 years since that night. I still farm the land, but things are different now. The wheat doesn't grow in that field anymore, no matter what we plant. On quiet nights, I sometimes think I can still hear those whispers on the edge of my mind. And sometimes, when I look up at the stars, I can't shake the feeling that something up there is looking back, watching, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd made it to the center of that circle. I don't know what's coming or when, but I do know this. We are not alone, and the universe is stranger and more terrifying than we can imagine. So, if you ever find a strange pattern carved into your fields, or see lights in the sky that move like nothing you've ever seen before, remember my story, and whatever you do, don't answer when they call. Because once you do, there's no going back. The coffee cup was still warm. That's what got me. Not the eerie silence, not the abandoned cars, not even the fresh tire tracks leading nowhere. It was that paper cup in the trash, steam still rising from its contents, that made my skin crawl. Someone had been here moments ago, but the rest stop was deserted. As I stood there, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. There, at the edge of the woods, a figure watched. And in that moment, I knew I'd stumbled into something I shouldn't have seen. Something I might not escape from. My name's Alex, and I've been driving cross-country for a living for the better part of a decade. Long-haul trucking isn't glamorous, but it pays the bills and satisfies my wanderlust. I've seen my share of weird stuff on the road. Inexplicable lights in the sky, ghost towns that aren't on any map, even what some might call supernatural occurrences. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what I encountered that night at the Pinewood rest stop. It was a routine run, St. Louis to Portland, with a trailer full of electronics. I'd been pushing hard, trying to make up time after a delay at my last stop. The night was moonless, the highway a ribbon of black stretching endlessly before me. I'd been fighting sleep for the last hour, my eyes gritty and my mind fuzzy. When I saw the sign for the rest stop, I almost cried with relief. Just a quick break, I told myself. Splash some water on my face, grab a coffee, and I'd be good for another few hours. The rest stop appeared out of the darkness like an island of light. It was one of those older ones, with a small building housing restrooms and vending machines, and a separate area for trucks to park. As I pulled in, I noticed a few cars in the lot, but no people visible. I parked and stepped out of my rig, stretching muscles cramped from hours of sitting. The air was unnaturally still. No breeze, no sounds of insects or distant traffic, just silence. That should have been my first warning. I made my way to the building, my footsteps echoing loudly on the concrete. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound jarring in the quiet. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed softly, casting a harsh glare over the empty space. I headed for the men's room, splashing cold water on my face and letting it run down my neck. As I looked up at my reflection, haggard and pale in the mirror, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. In the mirror, reflected in the partially open door behind me, I caught a glimpse of movement. Just a shadow, really, but distinctly human-shaped. I whirled around. The doorway was empty. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and nervous, even to my own ears. No response. Shaking it off as a trick of my tired mind, I left the restroom and headed for the vending machines. That's when I noticed the other oddities. A jacket draped over a chair, as if its owner had just stepped away. A smartphone on the table, its screen still lit up. And there, in the trash can, by the door, that steaming cup of coffee. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Where was everyone? I stepped back outside, scanning the parking lot. The cars I'd seen earlier were still there, some with doors hanging open. I approached the nearest one, a blue sedan. The keys were in the ignition, the engine ticking as it cooled. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice echoing across the empty lot. "Anyone here?" The silence that answered was deafening. That's when I saw the tire tracks, fresh ones, leading from one of the parking spots and stopping abruptly at the edge of the lot, as if the car had simply vanished into thin air. My heart was pounding now, adrenaline clearing the fog of exhaustion from my mind. Something was very, very wrong here. I turned, intending to run back to my truck and get the hell out of there. That's when I saw it, the figure, at the edge of the woods. It was human shape, but somehow off. Too tall, too thin. Its proportions, not quite right. It stood perfectly still, half hidden behind a tree, watching me. I froze, caught in its gaze like a rabbit before a wolf. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, it raised a hand, beckoning. Terror jolted through me like an electric shock. I ran, sprinting back to my truck with a speed I didn't know I possessed. I fumbled with the keys, swearing as I dropped them, scrabbling in the gravel to retrieve them. As I pulled myself up into the cab, I risked a glance back. The figure was closer now, no longer hiding behind the trees. In the harsh glare of the rest stop lights, I could see it more clearly. And God, I wish I couldn't. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight over an impossible frame. Its face was smooth, featureless, except for deep-set eyes that reflected the light like a cat's, and its mouth split its face from ear to ear, filled with needle-sharp teeth. I got the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life as I slammed the truck into gear. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, more figures emerging from the woods, dozens of them, all with that same impossible physiology, all moving with an unnatural, fluid grace. I floored it, the truck's tires spinning in the gravel before finding purchase. I tore out of that rest stop like all the demons of hell were on my tail. And for all I know, they were. I drove for hours, pushing well past the legal limit for consecutive time behind the wheel. I didn't stop until the sun was high in the sky, and I was 2 states away. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I finally worked up the courage to check my mirrors, the highway behind me was empty. No sign of pursuit, no hint of the horror I'd left behind, but the memory of those figures, of that beckoning hand, was burned into my mind. I considered reporting what I'd seen, but who would believe me? I'd sound like a lunatic, raving about monsters at a rest stop. So I kept quiet, finished my run, and tried to convince myself it had all been a hallucination, brought on by exhaustion. But I couldn't forget, and I couldn't stop wondering about those people at the rest stop, the ones who'd left behind their cars, their belongings, the ones who'd followed that beckoning hand into the woods. Where had they gone? What had happened to them? In the weeks that followed, I did some digging. It wasn't easy. I'm no detective, and I had precious little to go on. But what I found chilled me to the bone. There were stories whispered, tales among long-haul truckers and late-night travelers, stories of rest stops where people vanished without a trace, of figures seen at the edge of the woods, always at night, always beckoning. Some called them aliens. Others said they were interdimensional beings. A few spoke of ancient forgotten gods awakening in our modern world. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they want. But I know they're out there, waiting at the edges of lonely highways, in the shadows of late-night rest stops. I still drive, but never at night, if I can help it. I avoid rest stops, pushing myself to make it from one major town to the next without breaks. And I never, ever stop if I see a solitary figure standing at the edge of the woods. Sometimes, on long hauls, when the night is dark and the road seems to go on forever, I think I see them in my mirrors. Tall, thin figures, keeping pace with my truck despite its speed. Watching, waiting, and sometimes I wonder if I really did escape that night, or if somehow I'm still there, trapped in some in-between place, living out a life that's not quite real. So if you're ever driving late at night and you see a rest stop appear out of the darkness, think twice before you stop. Check your gas gauge, your caffeine levels, your fatigue. Ask yourself, is it worth the risk? Because you never know what might be waiting there in the shadows. You never know who or what might be beckoning you into the woods. And once you follow, you might never find your way back. Remember my story and keep driving, no matter how tired you are, because some rest stops aren't meant for rest. Some are gateways to places we were never meant to go. And once you cross that threshold, there's no coming back. The first photo showed nothing but trees. The second captured a blur of movement at the edge of the frame. But it was the third image that made my blood run cold. There, emerging from the shadows between two ancient pines, was a figure, humanoid, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions distorted in a way that defied natural law. And it was looking directly at the camera, at me. I lowered the viewfinder with shaking hands, my eyes darting to the deepening shadows around my campsite. Night was falling, and I was no longer alone in these woods. My name is Maggie Chen, and I've been a nature photographer for the better part of a decade. I've trekked through rainforests, scaled mountains, and waded through swamps to get the perfect shot. But nothing in all my years of experience could have prepared me for what I encountered in the depths of the Olympic National Forest. It was supposed to be a routine assignment, a 2-week solo expedition to capture the raw beauty of the old-growth forest for a conservation magazine. I'd done dozens of trips like this before, and I was looking forward to the solitude, to immersing myself in nature without the distractions of the modern world. The first few days were idyllic. The forest was a photographer's dream. All towering evergreens draped in moss, hidden waterfalls, and dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. I set up my base camp in a small clearing near a babbling stream, venturing out each day to explore and photograph. It was on the 4th night that things started to get strange. I was reviewing the day's shots on my camera when I noticed something odd in the background of one image, a shape just barely visible in the shadows between two trees. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light or maybe a deer, but something about it nagged at me. The next day, I returned to the same spot, determined to figure out what I'd captured. I set up my camera trap, a motion-activated camera designed to capture wildlife, and left it there for the day while I explored other areas. When I returned that evening and checked the camera, my heart nearly stopped. There were dozens of images taken in rapid succession. The first few showed nothing unusual, just the forest floor and a squirrel or two. But then the figure appeared, tall and impossibly thin, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. Its skin, where visible, was pale and almost translucent, stretched tight over an inhuman frame. And its face, its face, smooth and featureless, save for 2 large dark eyes that reflected the camera's flash like a cat's. I stared at the images, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be a hoax, a trick played by some other hiker with too much time on their hands and a talent for Photoshop. But as I flipped through the sequence of photos, a chill ran down my spine. The figure was moving closer to the camera with each shot. In the final image, it was reaching towards the lens, long fingers blurred with motion. I packed up my gear with shaking hands and practically ran back to my campsite. That night, I barely slept, starting at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The next morning, I woke to find my campsite in disarray. My backpack had been emptied, its contents strewn about. My food cache, hung high in a tree to protect it from bears, had been torn down. The rope snapped as if it were thread. And there, pressed into a patch of soft earth near my tent, was a footprint, long and narrow, with toes that looked more like claws. My camera was lying next to it. With trembling fingers, I turned it on and checked the most recent images. My heart nearly stopped. There were new photos, taken while I slept. Photos of my tent, of me sleeping inside, visible through the mesh window. And in each one, that figure was there, getting closer and closer. I should have left then, packed up and hiked out. Assignment be damned. But some combination of curiosity, stubbornness, and plain old stupidity made me stay. I convinced myself that if I could just get a clearer photo, just understand what this thing was, it would all make sense. So I stayed, and each night the creature came closer. I set up more camera traps around my campsite, capturing image after image of the being as it circled my tent. I barely slept, spending my nights huddled in my sleeping bag, clutching my hunting knife, and jumping at every sound. During the day, I'd venture out, following trails of broken branches and those strange footprints. I found places where the undergrowth had been crushed, as if something large had bent down. Once, I found a tuft of hair caught on a branch, coarse and gray, like no animal fur I'd ever seen. As the days passed, I began to feel like I was losing my mind. The forest, once beautiful and inviting, now seemed menacing. The trees loomed over me, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even in broad daylight, and still, I stayed. The need to understand, to document what I was seeing, had become an obsession. It all came to a head on what should have been my last night in the forest. I was planning to hike out in the morning, my assignment completed, and my sanity hanging by a thread. I'd set up my cameras for one final night of observation, hoping against hope for that one clear shot that would prove I wasn't crazy. I must have dozed off, despite my fear, because I woke suddenly, in the pitch black of my tent. Something had changed. The ever-present sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of insects, had gone silent, and there was something outside my tent. I could hear it, moving softly, but unmistakably, circling, sniffing. I lay there, paralyzed with terror, as it completed its circuit. Then, to my horror, I saw the zipper of my tent begin to move, slowly, inch by agonizing inch. The opening of my tent widened. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only watch, eyes wide in the darkness, as a long, pale hand with too many joints slipped through the opening. The hand paused, as if sensing my fear. Then, deliberately, it reached toward my camera, which lay next to my sleeping bag. In that moment, Survival instinct finally overcame my paralysis. I lunged for the camera, snatching it away from that terrible hand. In the same motion, I kicked out at the tent wall, tearing through the fabric and tumbling out into the night. I ran blindly, desperately, clutching the camera to my chest. I crashed through underbrush, stumbled over roots, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I could hear it pursuing, not running, but moving with a terrible swiftness, flowing through the forest like smoke. I don't know how long I ran, or how far. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror drove me on. Finally, mercifully, I saw lights ahead, the ranger station, at the trailhead, a beacon of civilization in the wilderness. I burst out of the tree line, gasping and sobbing. The startled ranger on duty took one look at my wild eyes and torn clothing and ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. The rest of that night is a blur. I remember telling my story, the ranger's skeptical looks turning to concern as he saw the raw fear in my eyes. I remember the police arriving, taking my statement, and I remember the moment when they asked to see my camera. With shaking hands, I turned it on and began to scroll through the images, but where there should have been dozens of photos of that otherworldly being, there was nothing, just trees and shadows and normal forest scenes. Even the photos from that final night, the ones I was sure I'd taken of the hand reaching into my tent, were gone in the harsh fluorescent light of the ranger station. Surrounded by the trappings of civilization, my entire experience began to seem like a bad dream. Had I imagined it all? Had 2 weeks of solitude in the deep woods driven me to some kind of breakdown? But then I saw it. In the very last photo on the camera, barely visible in the background, was a figure, tall and thin, half hidden behind a tree. And though the image was blurry, I could swear it was smiling. I've never gone back to those woods. I've never told the full story to anyone but you. My editor got a watered-down version about being spooked by wildlife, and the photos I submitted were carefully curated to show nothing but the natural beauty of the forest. But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I find myself thinking about what's out there in the deep woods, about the things that lurk just beyond the reach of our cameras and our understanding. And I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if it's still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting photographer to venture into its domain. So, if you're ever in the wilderness, setting up your camera for that perfect shot of untouched nature, pay attention to the shadows between the trees. And if you see something moving there, something that doesn't quite fit, don't try to photograph it. Just run, and don't look back. Because some things in this world are not meant to be captured on film. And once they notice you noticing them, they never forget. They never stop watching. And sooner or later, they come for you. The first time I saw her, I thought I was looking in a mirror. Same shoulder-length brown hair, same green eyes, even the same tiny scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood accident. But this was no reflection. It was a living, breathing woman who could have been my twin. Our eyes met across the crowded dining room, and I felt a chill run down my spine as she smiled and waved. I knew, with sickening certainty, that my relaxing Caribbean cruise had just taken a turn into uncharted waters. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and until that moment, I'd been enjoying a much-needed vacation aboard the Majestic Dream, a luxury cruise liner making its way through the turquoise waters of the Caribbean. I'm a 32-year-old software engineer from Seattle, and this was my first real vacation in years. I'd been looking forward to 10 days of sun, relaxation, and maybe a little romance if I was lucky. The first few days had been everything I'd hoped for. I'd lounged by the pool, indulged in far too many fruity cocktails, and even struck up a flirtation with a handsome guy named Mike, who was traveling with a group of friends. It was on the fourth night, at the captain's dinner, that everything changed. I dressed up for the occasion, wearing a new blue dress I'd bought specifically for the cruise. As I made my way into the grand dining room, I caught sight of myself in one of the large decorative mirrors and paused to adjust my hair. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just my reflection from a different angle, but as I turned to look directly at her, I realized with a jolt that she was a separate person, a person who looked exactly like me, down to the smallest detail. Our eyes met, and for a moment, the bustling dining room seemed to fade away. She smiled and waved as if we were old friends. I felt rooted to the spot, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank, or a very vivid hallucination. A waiter bumped into me, breaking the spell. By the time I looked back, she was gone, lost in the sea of passengers making their way to their tables. Throughout dinner, I couldn't focus on the conversation at my table. My eyes kept scanning the room, looking for my doppelganger. I saw her once, sitting at a table across the room, but when I blinked, she was gone again. Sarah, are you okay? Mike's voice brought me back to the present. You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a laugh. Sorry, just a bit tired, I guess. Must be all that sun. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. Who was she? And why did she look exactly like me? The next morning, I was determined to find her and get some answers. I spent hours wandering the ship, checking every restaurant, lounge, and deck, but there was no sign of her. It wasn't until late afternoon that I saw her again. I was heading back to my cabin to get ready for dinner when I caught a glimpse of her, turning a corner at the end of the hallway. I broke into a run, but when I rounded the corner, the corridor was empty. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, my face, smiling at me across the dining room. Around 2 a.m., I gave up on sleep and decided to take a walk to clear my head. The ship was eerily quiet as I made my way through the deserted corridors. I found myself on one of the upper decks, leaning against the railing and staring out at the moonlit ocean. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, soft but distinct. I turned, half expecting to see my double. Instead, it was Mike, looking surprised to see me. Sarah, what are you doing up so late? I hesitated, then decided to take a chance. Mike, this is going to sound crazy, but have you seen anyone on the ship who looks like me? I mean exactly like me. He frowned, looking confused. What do you mean? I told him everything. About seeing my doppelganger at dinner. About chasing her through the ship. As I spoke, I could see the concern growing in his eyes. Sarah, he said gently when I finished, I think maybe you should talk to the ship's doctor. Stress can do funny things to a person's mind. And I'm not crazy, I snapped, then immediately felt guilty at the hurt look on his face. I'm sorry. I know what I saw. Mike, she's real. He nodded. but I could tell he didn't believe me. Okay, look, why don't we do some investigating tomorrow? If there really is someone who looks that much like you on the ship, other people must have noticed too, right? I agreed, grateful for his support, even if he thought I was losing my mind. We made plans to meet for breakfast, and I headed back to my cabin, feeling slightly better. That night, I dreamed of mirrors, endless corridors lined with mirrors, each one showing a slightly different version of myself. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fruitless searching. Mike and I questioned other passengers, checked passenger lists, even bribed a junior crew member to let us look at security camera footage. But there was no sign of my mysterious double. Other passengers were starting to give me strange looks. I'd overhear whispers as I passed, see people pointing and talking in low voices. More than once, someone approached me, insisting they'd just seen me in a completely different part of the ship. Mike stuck by me, but I could tell his patience was wearing thin. Or maybe it was just someone who looked a lot like you, he suggested one afternoon as we sat by the pool. And now you're just seeing what you expect to see. I wanted to believe him, but deep down I knew what I'd seen. And I was becoming more and more convinced that something very strange was happening on this ship. It all came to a head on the 8th night of the cruise. I was walking back to my cabin after a late-night movie when I saw her again. She was standing at the end of the corridor, watching me. This time, I was determined not to let her get away. I ran towards her, calling out, "Wait! Who are you? Why do you look like me?" She turned and fled, and I chased her through the twisting corridors of the ship, upstairs, down hallways, through lounges and restaurants. It was like a maze, and more than once I found myself in parts of the ship I'd never seen before. Finally, I cornered her in a dead-end hallway. She stood with her back to me, shoulders heaving as if she'd been running too. "Please," I gasped, out of breath. "Just tell me who you are." Slowly, she turned to face me, and as she did, I felt the world tilt sideways. Her face was mine, yes, but it was wrong somehow. The proportions were slightly off. The eyes a little too large, the smile a little too wide. As I watched in horror, her features seemed to ripple and shift like a reflection in disturbed water. "Who am I?" she said, and her voice was a distorted version of my own. I'm you, Sarah. Or rather, I'm who you could be, who you might become." She took a step towards me, and I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall. What? What are you?" Her smile widened impossibly. "I'm a possibility, a potential future. This ship, it exists in a place where realities intersect, where different versions of ourselves can meet." My mind reeled, trying to make sense of her words. "But why? Why show yourself to me?" She laughed, and the sound sent shivers down my spine. "To give you a choice, of course. You can go back to your life, your safe, predictable existence, or you can embrace the unknown, become something more." As she spoke, I noticed something behind her. The end of the hallway was shifting, shimmering like a heat haze, and beyond it, I caught glimpses of other places, other realities. She held out her hand. "Come with me, Sarah. See what you could become." For a moment, I was tempted. The promise of adventure, of the unknown, pulled at me. But then I thought of my life back home, of my friends and family, of Mike, probably worried sick about where I'd disappeared to. I shook my head. "Number, this is my reality, my life, and I choose it." Her face face twisted in anger, becoming less and less human by the second. "You'll regret this," she hissed. And then, before I could react, she lunged at me. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, but it never came. Instead, I felt a rush of wind, a sensation of falling, and then nothing. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my cabin. Sunlight was streaming through the porthole, and the sounds of passengers enjoying the morning filtered in from the hallway. For a moment, I thought it had all been a dream, but then I noticed something on my bedside table. A small silver pendant shaped like a key, something I'd never seen before, but that looked strangely familiar. I picked it up, and as I did, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. For just a second, I could have sworn my reflection smiled at me with a mouth that was a little too wide. The rest of the cruise passed uneventfully. I never saw my doppelganger again, and eventually, I managed to convince myself that stress and too much sun had played tricks on my mind. Mike and I grew closer, and by the time we docked, we were making plans to see each other back in the real world. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself looking at that silver key, and I wonder about roads not taken, about other versions of myself and other realities. And I can't help but think that somewhere out there, on a ship sailing through the spaces between worlds, another Sarah made a very different choice. So, if you ever find yourself on a cruise and catch a glimpse of someone who looks just like you, remember my story and think very carefully about the choices you make. Because sometimes our doubles are more than just reflections. Sometimes they're glimpses of who we might become, for better or for worse. The words were whispered with such urgency, such raw fear, that I felt my blood turn to ice. Whatever you do, don't be here at midnight. The weathered trucker who'd spoken them was already walking away, leaving me frozen in my seat, half-eaten burger growing cold on the plate in front of me. I glanced at my watch, 11:37 p.m., as I looked around the diner, taking in the tense faces and furtive glances of the other patrons. I realized with growing dread that I'd stumbled into something far more sinister than a late-night pit stop. My name's Jack, and until that moment, I'd been on a routine cross-country drive from New York to Los Angeles. I'm a freelance photographer, and I'd taken on a last-minute gig that required me to transport some sensitive equipment that couldn't be trusted to shipping companies. The pay was good, and I figured the road trip would give me a chance to capture some interesting shots along the way. I'd been driving for nearly 18 hours straight, fueled by gas station coffee and the kind of determination that only comes from a looming deadline. When I saw the neon sign for Mel's Diner glowing like a beacon in the dark Nevada desert, I decided to pull over. My stomach was growling, and I figured a hot meal and a real cup of coffee would do me good. The diner looked like something straight out of a 1950s postcard, all chrome and red vinyl booths, with a jukebox in the corner, playing old rock and roll tunes. But as soon as I walked in, I sensed something was off. The place was surprisingly busy for the middle of the night, but the atmosphere was tense, almost electric. I slid into an empty booth and ordered a cheeseburger and coffee from a waitress whose smile seemed a little too forced. As I waited for my food, I couldn't help but notice how everyone in the diner seemed on edge. Conversations were hushed, and people kept glancing at the large clock above the counter. When my food arrived, I tried to strike up a conversation with the waitress. "Busy night, huh?" She nodded, her eyes darting to the clock. Yeah, it usually is around this time. Oh, you get a lot of late night traffic? She hesitated, then leaned in closer. Look, honey, you seem nice, so let me give you some advice. Eat quick and get back on the road. You don't want to be here too long. Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone, hurrying off to another table. I sat there, burger halfway to my mouth, thoroughly confused. That's when the trucker at the counter turned to me and whispered those chilling words. Whatever you do, don't be here at midnight. As he walked away, I noticed other patrons starting to leave. They moved with an urgency that seemed at odds with the late hour, practically running to their vehicles. I flagged down my waitress again. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving? She glanced nervously at the clock. It was 11:45 p.m. now, and I sighed. I shouldn't tell you this, but things happen here at midnight. Bad things. Nobody knows why, but it's been going on for years. Some say this place sits on some kind of convergence, a weak spot between worlds. All I know is, you don't want to be here when the clock strikes 12. I laughed, though it sounded hollow, even to my own ears. Come on, you can't be serious. What, is this place haunted or something? Her expression remained deadly serious. Worse. Now please, for your own sake, finish up and go. I wanted to believe it was all an elaborate joke, some weird, local custom to scare tourists. But the fear in her eyes, the palpable tension in the air, it felt too real to dismiss. I gulped down my coffee and threw some bills on the table, deciding that whatever was going on, I didn't want to stick around to find out. But as I stood up to leave, I noticed something that had made my heart skip a beat. The door to the diner was gone. Where the entrance had been, there was now just a solid wall, covered in the same tacky wallpaper as the rest of the place. I blinked hard, convinced I must be more tired than I thought. But when I opened my eyes, the wall was still there. It's starting, someone whispered. I turned to see the other remaining patrons, about a dozen in total, huddled together in the center of the diner. The waitress was among them, her earlier composure crumbling as she clutched a coffee pot like a weapon. What's starting? What the hell is going on here? I demanded, panic rising in my throat. An old man with a face like weathered leather spoke up. It's midnight, son. Or it will be in about... He checked his watch. 2 minutes. That's when they come. Who comes? What are you talking about? But before anyone could answer, the lights began to flicker. The jukebox, which had been quietly playing Great Balls of Fire, suddenly switched to a slow, discordant melody I didn't recognize. The temperature in the diner seemed to drop several degrees in a matter of seconds. Circle up, the old man shouted. Remember, don't look directly at them. And whatever you do, don't let them touch you. The group formed a tight circle, facing outward. Without thinking, I joined them, my back pressing against strangers, as we huddled together. The waitress pressed something into my hand. A salt shaker, she muttered. Salt and iron, only things that slow them down. I wanted to laugh, to tell them all this was insane, but the words died in my throat as I saw something moving outside the windows. Shapes darker than the night itself, flowing like smoke, but with a terrible purpose to their movement. They pressed against the glass, which began to frost over despite the desert heat. And then, as the clock struck midnight, the real horror began. The shapes outside seemed to coalesce, forming vaguely humanoid figures that were somehow more terrifying for their almost recognizable form. They oozed through the cracks around the windows, seeping into the diner like a noxious gas. Someone in our group whimpered. I felt a hand grasp mine and squeeze tight. The old man's voice rose in a chant, words in a language I didn't understand. Others joined in, their voices shaking, but growing stronger as they repeated the phrases. The shadow figures circled us, their movements jerky and unnatural. I caught glimpses of limbs that were too long, of faces that shifted and changed like smoke. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone and something rotten. One of the creatures reached out towards our group. Without thinking, I flung the contents of my salt shaker at it. The thing recoiled with a hiss that sounded like radio static, its form dissipating for a moment before reforming. Time seemed to stretch and distort. I couldn't tell if we'd been surrounded for minutes or hours. My arm ached from holding the salt shaker at the ready. My throat was raw from chanting the words I didn't understand. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when the press of bodies and the suffocating presence of the shadow creatures became too much, something changed. The old man's chanting reached a fever pitch, and suddenly the air itself seemed to ripple. The shadow figures began to retreat, their forms becoming less distinct. They flowed back out through the windows, which shattered outward in a spray of glass. A wind whipped through the diner, carrying with it the last wisps of the creatures and the lingering smell of decay. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. We stood there in stunned silence for a long moment. The only sounds were ragged breathing and the crunch of broken glass underfoot. Slowly, our circle broke apart. I saw tears on some faces, blank shock on others. The waitress was the first to speak. Everyone okay? Anyone touched? There was a general murmur of assent. No one, it seemed, had been injured, physically at least. As if a spell had been broken, the diner burst into activity. People began sweeping up glass, righting overturned chairs, trying to restore some semblance of normality. I stood there, salt shaker still clutched in my hand, trying to process what I had just experienced. The old man approached me, his eyes kind, but weary. First time, huh? You did good, son. I found my voice at last. What were those things? Why here? Why at midnight? He shook his head. Wish I could tell you. Been coming here every night for 30 years, trying to figure it out. All I know is they're getting stronger, and if we weren't here to hold them back. He trailed off, his implication clear, as the sun began to rise, painting the desert in shades of pink and gold. The door to the diner reappeared. People began to leave, nodding to each other with the camaraderie of soldiers who'd been through battle together. I made my way to my car on shaky legs, my mind still reeling. As I was about to drive away, the waitress ran out, pressing a piece of paper into my hand. If you're ever passing through again, she said, and you want to help, this is where we'll be. I looked down at the paper. It was a schedule listing dates and times, a roster of guardians keeping watch against the darkness. As I pulled back onto the highway, the events of the night began to feel like a dream, but the salt shaker on my passenger seat and the paper clutched in my hand were undeniable proof of what I'd experienced. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that diner. Part of me hopes I never see it again, but another part, a part I'm still coming to terms with, knows that I will. Because now that I've seen what's out there, now that I know what lurks in the spaces between moments, How can I not stand against it? So, if you're ever driving through the Nevada desert late at night and you see a diner glowing like a beacon in the darkness, think carefully before you stop. And if you do, keep an eye on the clock, because when midnight comes, you might find yourself facing horrors beyond imagination, or standing shoulder to shoulder with strangers, the last line of defense against the encroaching dark. And whatever you do, don't be there at midnight, unless, of course, you choose to be. I had never heard of the Plaid Man before this happened to me. I'm not sure if this was a ghost, or that specific, if there is one. But for the story's sake, that's what I'll call him. Apparently, there are people all over the place seeing a man in a plaid entity. I'm not sure what this is. Is it one entity, or multiple different ghosts who happen to be wearing a plaid shirt? Who knows? All I know is that this happened to me. We had just adopted our dog, Odin, from the pound the day before. I was standing in the living room, facing the TV, with the dog in front of me in a sitting position. I was test driving him, if you will, seeing if he knew any tricks. He did, but I digress. So, I noticed my dog looks to my left, towards the bedroom door. My bedroom was about 7 to 10 steps behind me. I immediately, without thinking, followed his eyes and turned around to my left. As I'm turning, I see, as plain as my hand in front of my face, a man in a red and black plaid shirt with the sleeves cut off. I see his cheek, from the back of his head, along with his ear, his left shoulder, from his sternum to his shoulder, and his entire Caucasian arm and hand. It happened so fast, though. As I turned, I watched him slide behind the door, like he was hiding from me. What this man, entity, ghost thing was in full color and as solid as you or I. When I tell you I was frozen in terror, that is an understatement. I thought someone got into this apartment. I'm a small woman, alone with a dog I just met. I don't know if this dog was going to help me. Hell, I didn't know if he would bite me, let alone protect me. I had just met the good boy, so I'm petrified, and a million scenarios fill my mind, but I couldn't move. My legs literally locked up. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Finally, I said a rather timid, "Hello." After another minute of listening to my heart drum, I said hello again. Then, I slowly and reluctantly walked over to the bedroom door. I thought for sure I was about to get chopped up, abused, and probably have my life taken from me. In that order. Then there was no one there. This scared me even more. I never thought to keep watching the dog to see his reaction, or what he did afterwards, because I was just so afraid. Now I wish I would have paid more attention to him, but I couldn't at the time. I stood in the same position and turned around fast, trying to recreate it, thinking I had just imagined things. But no, my dog saw it too. But I was gaslighting the hell out of myself for a while. It took me hours to calm down, and I'm just glad it was a phantom. Has anyone else seen this guy? Back in the early 2000s, my friend and I were into ghost hunting for a few months. We would search out and go to the most haunted places we could find around our area. We went to many places, but only one yielded something that still creeps me out to this day. I'll start off by telling you how this house is haunted. This house was in Chino, California, now demolished. And in Chino, there's also a men's prison. Back in the 80s, I believe this guy escaped prison and found a home to hide out in. Back in the day, this was a rural community with mostly cows, houses few and far between, and the house he broke into had a family living inside, mother, father, and 2 kids, a boy and a girl. He took the life of the boy and the girl in front of their parents, and then took their lives for good measure. He stayed there for a week or two before he left, or got caught. I don't remember which. Fast forward to our ghost hunting trip. We eventually pulled up to this house, of course, in the middle of the night. Because why not? The house, even though this was years later, was still there, all fenced up, boarded up windows, and crime scene tape with signs saying, "Keep out," and graffiti all over the house. Typical. My friends and I found our way through the fence and into the backyard area, where a window had already had the boards removed and the window busted out. A few of us had self-defense tours in case we ran into unsavory people, and a camera to take pictures. There were 5 of us. We went through the broken window, one by one, and waited for each other until we were all through. The inside of the house was completely empty, except for smashed family pictures still on the walls. And graffiti also donned the inside of the house. The most creepy things were written on the walls and ceiling, like "Death is here. Do not enter." The window we went through led us right to the middle of the living room. And right behind, that was a kitchen. All the pantry doors were open, and as we walked through the house, we all formed a sort of conga, with me in the back. We walked around the living room first, and then the kitchen. The entire time, my buddy is taking random snapshots with his camera. The same camera we have been using for all our different haunted locations, mind you. As the lead person goes into the hallway, we stop and look into the hallway closet to confirm a part of the story. The escaped prisoner had gruesomely sliced at the little boy's throat in an attempt to end his life. Little did he know that the boy crawled into the closet and held it, keeping it from bleeding out, while he watched the rest of his family lose their life. When I opened that closet door, I would say about 70% of that carpet on the floor was soaked with ancient blood. It was definitely true. We continued along the hallway, and every room had a very creepy and eerie message that left my skin crawling. We finally made it to the master bedroom, where the parents were tied up and made to watch the fate of their children. Again, the carpet had old blood spattered all over it, and the entire room just had this overall sense of darkness to it, like a cold pressure. It was off-putting, to say the least. As you entered that room, there was a light switch to the right of the wall. Right next to it was the creepiest message of them all. It gave me the tingles. I don't remember exactly what it said, but something like, "Do not lock anyone alone in this room. Do not do it. This is not a joke. Please don't." Needless to say, that creeped the hell out of us. It didn't take us too long to explore the entire house. It wasn't that big. And as we made our way out, I was still in the back of the line, and my buddy with the camera was taking the occasional photo. In the middle of the night, it's still cold and pitch black in this house, except for the one flashlight we remembered to bring. Then, just as we were leaving the hallway, I heard a little girl moan, clear as day. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and again gave me that tingly feeling. I specifically remember this next part. I remember I was going to ask the person in front of me if they'd heard the little girl, but then I didn't say anything because I didn't want to influence their answer. So I just asked, "Did you hear something?" The person in front of me turned their head, eyes wide, and said, "I just heard a little girl." We both stood there in disbelief. There were no other houses around. This place was on acres of farmland, and we were the only ones in the house. It scared us half to death. I don't know how to explain it, but it sounded sad, like with anguish, and came from a deep, dark place. We ran out of that place so fast. One of my friends got cut on the windowsill. The biggest dude in our group, who was about 6 feet 2 inches, couldn't make it back to the car because he was so terrified he couldn't move his legs. He was on the floor outside, bawling his eyes out. He was saying things like, "The devil's in that house." One of the girls that was with us had to take him by the hand and comfort him before we could get up and get to the car. That was our last expedition to anywhere haunted. A few days later, my buddy uploaded these photos to his computer, and as we went through them, we noticed all the pictures before and after the house were perfectly fine and clear, but the ones from the Cooper house were filled with orbs. It's the craziest thing to see. I wish I had them, but it wasn't my camera, and this was way before smartphones. 15 years or so later, I randomly see a newspaper article on my mom's dinner table. I see off the side, right off the front page, that the escaped convict was finally being put to death, decades after everything happened. I thought it was weird how that came full circle. I never see newspapers anymore, but there it was. And from what I understand, the young boy whose throat was slit ended up in a mental institution for the rest of his life. And it still gives me tingles to this day just thinking about it. I'm from India, and about 4 to 6 years ago, something truly unsettling happened to me. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up for no apparent reason. The night was silent, and then I heard the sound of someone running past my home, their leg bangles jingling with every step. The sound wasn't faint. It was vivid, as if they were right outside. Just a few moments later, I heard it again, as though they had turned around and come back the same way. The strange occurrence didn't happen just once, but for an entire week. Every night at exactly 2 a.m., I would wake up to hear the same sound. It was always the same pattern, running footsteps accompanied by the distinct jangle of the bangles, first passing my house, then returning moments later. And every time, I would be frozen under my sheets, paralyzed with fear. I wouldn't dare move an inch, afraid of what might happen if I did. I eventually told my parents about this, hoping they may have an explanation or take it seriously, but they dismissed my concerns, brushing it off as my imagination. I felt helpless and unsure of what to do. That weekend, however, something unexpected happened. My aunt visited and casually mentioned to my mom that she'd been hearing the same thing, the sound of someone running with bangles, jingling in the middle of the night. Hearing this sent chills down my spine. I wasn't the only one experiencing it. Then I remembered something that happened a few months prior. A newly married woman who lived next door had tragically taken her own life. From what we heard, it was due to the abuse and torment she faced at the hands of her mother-in-law before her passing. My parents would warn me to avoid standing near or entering her house, as they believed she practiced witchcraft or something similar, though they never elaborated much. At the time, I didn't think much of their warnings, but after connecting the dots, I began to wonder if her spirit was the one responsible for these strange occurrences. I find myself seated on my front porch, having a cigarette, and unable to summon the courage to re-enter my own home. The reason is deeply unsettling. I believe there is someone or something inside. You see, a little over 2 months ago, I moved into this house, It seemed like the perfect opportunity for a new beginning, a new place where I could settle into a quiet life. The first few weeks passed without incident, and I gradually grew comfortable in my new surroundings. However, recent events have made me question the safety of my own space, and perhaps even my sanity. It all began one evening not long ago. I was laying in bed, casually browsing on the web on my phone, with no thought of anything unusual. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something, a slight movement in the direction of my walk-in closet. I turned my head instinctively, and what I saw chilled me to my core. Standing inside my dressing room was a human-shaped figure. It wasn't a vague shadow or a trick of the light. I distinctly saw the outline of a person, arms, legs, head, standing still and facing me. Their form was unmistakably humanoid, and they were looking right at me. In that instant, I was overcome with sheer panic. My heart raced. My body reacted before my mind could fully process what was happening, and I threw myself out of bed, ran out the room, and slammed the door shut behind me. Adrenaline surged through me as I dashed into the kitchen, grabbing the largest knife I could find. I was terrified, but I wasn't going to sit idly by. I shouted, my voice trembling with fear and anger. I threatened to call the police, warned whoever was inside that I was armed, and demanded they show themselves. Yet, despite my frantic yelling, there was no response. Silence filled the house, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. After a minute or so, I realized in my rush I had left my phone behind in the bedroom. I needed to call 911, but going back seemed like the last thing I wanted to do. Slowly, cautiously, I crept back into the bedroom, knife in hand. I cracked open the door just enough to peek inside. My heart pounded in my ears as I scanned the room and looked towards the closet. But there was nothing. The room was empty, and so was the dressing area. It was as if the figure had never been there at all. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a fleeting glance or a vague shadow in the dark. There was someone, or something, standing in my closet, looking right at me. It was a clear, defined form, but now it had vanished without a trace. I was left standing there, holding a knife, torn between disbelief and lingering terror. After calming myself down, I cautiously returned to the house. I had no other choice. Since that night, I've tried to rationalize what happened, but nothing made sense. Following the advice of a few people I shared the story with, I decided to confront the issue directly. Feeling ridiculous, I stood in front of the closet and spoke loudly and firmly to the empty space. I commanded whatever entity or presence might be there to leave. I don't know if I expected a response, but none came. Still, I felt slightly more at ease, though far from reassured. Not long after this, I uncovered some information that only heightened my unease. I learned that the previous owners of this house had tragically taken their own life. I was unable to find out much more, whether they had perished inside the house, or they were male or female. But knowing this sent a chill through me. Was there a connection between their passing and the figure I had seen? I couldn't be sure, but the knowledge hasn't helped me feel any safer. As of now, nothing else has happened, but I still remain on edge, waiting for something to occur. I've heard nothing, but the memory of that night lingers in my mind like a shadow I can't shake. Should anything happen again, I'll make sure to let you all know. But for now, all I can do is wait and hope that whatever it was is gone for good. This happened a few years ago, I would have been around 19 at the time, and living with my best friend, roommate, who, for as long as I can remember, has had a ghost following her. Now hear me out. It has messed with me in the past, but never anything like this. Just doing stuff to scare me, but that's another story. So, one night, we decided to get drunk and watch ghost movies. About halfway through our second, we got the bright idea to start antagonizing her ghost. Super smart, I know. And we start saying all kinds of silly stuff like, I bet you don't have the ghost BS to do this. I bet you aren't even real. After the movies, we go to bed and forget about that until the next night. It's 11 p.m. and she's at work, and I'm home. She has a 150-pound Anatolian shepherd, and I hear him full-on terrified screaming. I rushed out of my room to see him pinned between the open laundry room doors and her metal bar chains. I start freaking out, trying to figure out how he got stuck because I know for a fact I closed the door after I was done. Because if I didn't, our cats would get stuck behind the washer, and he never messed with the chairs. After I get him unstuck, he starts growling at the corner of the dining room, teeth bared, hackles raised, and he pushes me down the hallway, away from the room. He won't let me pass him, but I have to go check the doors to make sure they're locked. So, I put him in my room at the end of the hallway, which he wasn't happy about, and went to check the doors, and sure enough, they're all locked with the deadbolts in place. As I'm walking back to my room, I get a notification on my phone from our Ring camera telling me there's someone at the door. I open the app, but don't see anyone. I only hear clicking, like someone is tapping on the microphone. I look out the window and don't see anyone. And when I walk away, I get another notification and hear tapping noises. This happens multiple times, and I'm just standing there, staring at my phone, wondering what's going on. Then it clicks. It has to be the ghost. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do, because how do you protect yourself from a pissed off, antagonized phantom? At this point, I'm terrified. I'm home alone with her, still in training guard dog, and can't get a hold of her because she can't have her phone on while at work and won't be home until long after 2 a.m. So, I rushed back to my room and hid with her dog until she got home. After she did, I'm feeling pretty shaken, so I invited her to go over to the room so that we could chat, as I didn't want to be anywhere near the dining room and kitchen area. Her alarm clock is thrown from the other side of the window directly at her feet when we get to her room. She looks at me like, WTF. So, instead, we go to my room, and I tell her everything that happened. She ended up staying in my room that night, although I didn't get much sleep because I 100% believed it would invade my dreams. The next day, we did a cleansing and heavily apologized. On Friday, the 21st of June, my great-grandmother passed away at the age of 81 from Alzheimer's. The following Thursday, the 27th, we held her funeral at her church. She was a devoted Catholic. I am not. After the service, we walked to the cemetery for her burial. While we were walking back to the church, I asked my mom if we knew anyone else buried there. She listed a few names. As we continued walking, my sister-in-law and I ended up next to an older lady, maybe in her late 70s or early 80s. She asked if I was one of my grandma's grandchildren, and I explained that I was actually her great-grandchild. She then told me she was my grandma's cousin. She didn't share her name, but we spoke about how big the family was and how I hadn't met some of the people at the funeral. Later, I told my mom about the conversation. She seemed confused and said my gram didn't have any cousins. She had one brother who never had kids and a sister who passed away years ago without children. There was also no extended family from that side. I suggested perhaps it was a distant cousin, but she said if that were the case, they'd be much older. I told her I'd point to the lady if I saw her again at the wake held at the local club. I pointed her out to my mom. Strangely, my mom said she couldn't see who I was talking about. My sister-in-law saw her though. The lady was short, about shoulder height, and I'm 5 feet 5 inches, and wore a blue patterned shirt, a black cardigan, and black pants and shoes, with gray hair and glasses. My mom insisted she couldn't see anyone matching that description. I went to ask my Nan, my great-grandma's daughter, if she knew who the lady might be. She said she didn't see anyone either. When I asked if my grand had cousins, she said not that she knew of, though it might be possible there were distant ones that she wasn't aware of. A few minutes later, I realized the lady had disappeared. My sister-in-law and I didn't see her again until we were leaving. As we walked out, my sister-in-law spotted her again. But as I looked, the lady went behind a wall. We waited for her to reappear from the other side, but she never did. Confused, we drove past the wall to see if she had gone somewhere else, but there was nowhere else to go. My sister-in-law and I looked at each other and just burst out laughing. It was such a surreal moment. I don't really know how to end this, but it was one of the strangest experiences I've ever had. I grew up in a lovely home in a small town in the very south of Washington State, near the Columbia River Gorge. Well, lovely is in the look of it. Truly, I wonder if there was some sort of portal or something there, because we had so many crazy paranormal events happen. Pretty much anything you can think of happened. I'd hear my mom call for me, but I was home alone, or she never did call for me. Footsteps walking up the stairs and down the hall while everyone else was in bed. Shadow people, you name it. Some events were more terrifying than others. However, there was this one girl we affectionately called Ice Cream Girl, and how she got the name, I couldn't tell you, honestly. She was a ghost, around 10 years old, with long straight brown hair, a blue skirt just like the one I wore, and a white shirt. She had the strongest, most uncomfortable feel to her. You'd know she was there before you saw her, and you'd get the hairs on your neck and a chill down your spine, and the worst, someone's watching me, feeling ever. She especially liked lurking in my mother's closet, or by her dresser, or in the living room in the darker hours, as you tried to race up the stairs to get away. Luckily, she wasn't much of a threat, but was super uncomfortable to be around. Another odd event is when I was 15 years old, and when everyone was gone at work or out doing other things, I'd hear footsteps downstairs. It first started, actually, as I heard the front door handle jiggle, like you're trying to open it repeatedly. I saw no cars in the driveway and crept down the hall to spy. For context, there was a window directly next to the front door, and from the hallway, I could look down and out that window. So that's what I was aiming to do. As soon as it got in view, the noise stopped, and no one was there. The next day, it sounded like footsteps again. No one was home, and I went downstairs into the kitchen to go looking, since that's where I heard them. By the garage door in the kitchen, the floor there made a particular creaky pop, so it was easy to know where it was. As soon as I was rounding the corner, the steps stopped, but then it started to come towards me. I bolted upstairs, shut my door, and didn't come out until my mom got home later. Then, maybe 2 days later, I heard the garbage door slam shut, and again those footsteps by the door. I wasn't in a sociable mood and ignored it, thinking my stepdad got home. That is, about 10 minutes later, I heard his truck pull up in the driveway. It went on like that for about a month, until it suddenly stopped. I also have a very vivid memory of what I called a black panther in our home when I was a small child. I was about 5 and woke up early, feeling very hungry. I don't remember the exact time, but it was around 4 or 5 a.m. and still dark out. I got my little self out of bed and opened my bedroom door and saw my mom was already up. I could see the glow of the kitchen light on at the end of the hallway, and her voice in the kitchen talking to my grandma, who was staying with us at the time. So, I wandered down the hall to go ask for some toast, my favorite breakfast food at the time. The moment I took my first step down the stairs, I got a horrible feeling of someone or something behind me. I froze and then turned around to face the guest bedroom. In it was this black, giant cat, the Black Panther, with 2 yellow glowing eyes and no pupils, staring back at me. I froze solid, scared and unsure of what to do. I contemplated running down to the safety of my mom and getting my delicious toast, but was certain that if I did that, this big cat would chase me and hurt me because I couldn't get to her. I slowly stepped back up off the stair step, and it blinked at me, but otherwise did not move. I made up my mind and bolted for the bedroom and shut the door quickly behind me. I sighed with relief, having made it safely, and got on the ground to peek out of the little gap between the door and floor. I was relieved to see it did not follow. That was until I saw its big black head peek out around the corner of the guest room, and its paw stepped out. I knew somehow that it could see me staring at it, and I ran into the bedroom and hid under the covers. Later that day, my mom asked me and my brother, who ran down the hall early that morning, and I recounted my horrible story of the panther, and even took my mom upstairs to show where I had seen it, and how it peeked around the corner at me. She reassured me that it might be our pet cat, Cosmo, to which I replied that it simply couldn't be. It had no pupils. It was much bigger than our cat, and the face structure was all wrong. I knew what I saw, but I'm not sure she entirely believed me. My brother suggested it was my grandma's suitcase that was black, with a yellow tag, and near the location that I saw this cat at. The tag was not reflective, nor the right shape, and it had 2 eyes, not 1. Plus, that wouldn't explain me seeing it peek around the corner, or its body shape. I could also see it was to the side of the suitcase when it stood there. Still a mystery to this day. My 2.5-year-old son keeps mentioning that he sees a ghost, and it's been almost daily every night for the last 2 weeks in our new house. My fiancé is 26, and so am I. The first time this happened was on the first night after moving to our new house in Illinois. We moved only about 10 minutes away from our previous home. The house was built in 2008, and as far as everyone's aware, there have been no deaths here. He also never said this at our old place before we moved here. I was putting my little man down in his crib for the night, and like I've done every single night for over a year, I said goodnight to all of his stuffed toys in the room, and then to him, and kissed him on his hand, something he's had me do for a long time now. As I walked to the door to leave the room, I walked outside of his room, turned around, and looked at him with the door opened and said, "Good night, love you, son," like I do every night. Now, instead of him saying, "Night, night, love you too," like he always does, he was simply lying on his back, pointing to the corner of his room. And then he said very clearly, "Ghost." I was like, did I hear that right? So I asked, "What did you say, bud?" And he replied, "Ghost in my room." He didn't seem scared or shocked, but to be honest, I was a little weirded out and said, "You're okay, bud," where he pointed to the corner again and said, "Ghost." I told him not to worry about it, try and get some sleep, and said good night, and told him I loved him again. Then he repeated it, "Ghost," and looked at me and said, "I love you, duh." And then I closed the door. Before I go on, I just want to say I have never talked about or mentioned anything about ghosts with him around. There isn't one situation I can think of that we have talked about ghosts with him. And even if we did, he's 2.5 years old. Not only that, we haven't even had the death talk with him yet. And don't think he would just be saying that to try and freak me out. The next day, I asked him if he remembered what he said to me the last night around dinner time at grandparents' place. And he clearly said, "Ghost in my bed." Well, we all kind of laughed it off because we all thought maybe he heard it during daycare during this past Halloween or something. I mean, we really have no idea where he learned about that. Last night, he did it too. Pretty much every single night we've been here now. To be honest, I get no feeling of bad energy whatsoever from this place, and no one either in my fiancé or my family have passed too recently. Does anyone have any experience with this kind of situation? Or might I just be looking into it a bit too much? I would love to hear what you all have to say. I have never seen a ghost, but my younger sister has. We used to live above this pub when we were little, and my dad worked there. The pub was about 200 years old at the time, and paranormal investigators were hired in everything. Well, one time, my sister was sitting on the floor in the main pub, and just before opening, staring up at the wall and having a conversation with herself. My dad asked her who she was talking to, and she replied, "The man with the big smiley face." We later found out she was talking to the previous landlord when the pub was built back in the mid-1800s, and he had died there. My personal experience was in school, and I was around 7 or 8 at the time. We were making Christmas cards, and it was getting close to the Christmas holidays, and our teaching assistant would take photos of us holding our cards and glue them to our art books. There was my classroom, a middle room, and another classroom on the other side. This middle room was separating the two classrooms. Each of us went into the middle room, had our photos taken, and came back. Now, I'm not sure how long after it was until we opened our art books again. It could have been after Christmas, or just before, I don't recall. But eventually we opened them up again, and we're all talking about our pictures. However, when I was looking at one of my own, I noticed something behind me. It was a transparent girl floating with her back to me, her hair above shoulder length, and a dress which I assume would have been around knee length with puffy sleeves, and she had no arms or legs. It really freaked me out. So I went to my teacher and asked her if she saw it. "It's probably the reflection from another classroom," she told me. But the classroom next door was watching Arthur Christmas when the photo was taken. It was just his face, slightly blurred and zoomed in. This reflection also couldn't have been me, as my hair was in a ponytail and I wasn't floating with no limbs. I then went to find the art book at the end of the year, as we had to collect them. I was looking through my book to find this photo to show my parents, but the photo wasn't there. No pages have been ripped out. It was just gone. Only a few of my friends remembered my photo, and their photos were in the book. But where was mine? Like I said, I'm not sure what to consider this, but it still creeps me out to this day. Does anyone know what might have happened? A few months ago, my daughter, who is about to turn 3, started talking about ghosts. At first, I didn't really pay any mind since she likes Halloween decorations. I would always point out the ghosts, or pumpkins, or witches when she saw them. Then she began to talk about ghosts without referring to any decor or anything she could visibly point out. Still, I didn't think much of it. About a month or so goes by. She began getting more specific about the ghosts she saw. First, it was a baby ghost that she saw at my mother-in-law's sister's house. She kept pointing at the door at the top of the stairs and insisting there was a baby ghost, which freaked out my mother-in-law's sister because that had been the room she had a miscarriage in about 20 years prior. Then things got weirder. My cousin Randall passed away suddenly when my daughter was only 12 days old, and she never met him. We don't talk about him much, and I don't have any photos of him around for her to see. And it's not a name she picked up randomly or on TV or anything. Well, about 2 weeks ago, she was rambling on about ghosts in her closet and scaring them away while I was doing laundry. I wasn't paying much attention until she started pointing over at the window and saying, "Look, it's Randall." Immediately, I asked her why she said that, and she said his name again. I started trying to ask her more questions regarding Randall, and she was on the next topic and didn't mention it again. After that, a few days later, my mother-in-law had told me that while babysitting that day, my daughter told her that she was playing peekaboo with a ghost. My mother-in-law asked if the ghost had a name, and she said it was Randall. I decided to show her a photo of him to see what she had to say, and she was very afraid of him. I thought maybe she was just cranky, so I showed her a photo of one of our dogs, and immediately she perked up and began smiling. I showed her a different photo of him, and she began to freak out. After telling a friend of mine, she asked if I had tried showing her a photo of him as a child, so I pulled one up of him about 12 and showed it to my daughter, and she didn't say anything, but giggled and walked away. After that, I decided to show one of his old shirts that I have, and immediately she grabbed it out of my hands with excitement and said, "Peekaboo, I see you." I wonder if she's seeing Randall or not. I guess I'll never know. I worked at a rock bar in Scotland for a few years. When I was in my early 20s, I experienced paranormal encounters in both the bar I worked in and also the bar's sister establishment. One quiet night, I was standing chatting to some regulars when I saw my supervisor, small, pale, long black-haired woman, run past the bar. Not even 30 seconds later, she walked up behind me. I asked her why she'd run past the bar. She claimed to have only just gotten back. The bar was based in an old townhouse, so there was a dumbwaiter installed. When I first started, I walked into the kitchen to let the chefs know there was a check on. I saw a man in overalls run away and pass the dumbwaiter. Thinking someone was playing a joke, I walked around to catch them, but there was only a brick wall. We are also very sure that the women's bathroom is haunted, but it didn't feel like a negative presence. As years before I worked there had been overdoses in that same stall. Stalls would be locked, but no one would be inside, and there was a feeling of being watched, and the taps, which you had to press down hard, would come on when no one was there. Finally, my scariest experience was in the bar's sister establishment, aka a rock dive bar. I had never been in it until I was covering a shift there. I went to the cellar to change a keg and had the scariest feeling. My hands were shaking so much I couldn't change the keg. So I swapped with my colleague and took some bin bags out instead. I stood and had a cigarette, but couldn't shake the feeling in this area. Unfortunately, years before, a lot of sex workers had lost their lives. I went back inside. When pulling a pint, I noticed I had 3 long, bloody scratch marks down my arm that I should have felt happen, but didn't. Some things I just can't explain. A little over 4 years ago, my boyfriend and I moved to Greensboro, Georgia, as he was transferred for work. It was supposed to be permanent, but we ended up staying only 3 months or so, and then moved to Statesboro, Georgia, a better location. So he went ahead of me a week early, and they put him up in a hotel, a very old hotel. Yeah, it was pretty crappy, but it was the closest one. So I made the 3.5-hour drive to get there after work and arrived around 1 a.m. He opens the door half asleep and tells me he's sorry, but he has to go back to sleep. That's fine. I can entertain myself. I lay in bed on my left side, while my chest and head are facing towards the TV. I am on the left side of the bed, and his snores are so loud, it sounds like he's sawing logs to my right. Well, as I lay there flipping through the channels, I keep seeing something move from the corner of my eye in the little dark hallway leading to the door. Honestly, I kept thinking it was my hair, but it wasn't. All of a sudden, a translucent, bluish-white head pops out without a body, about 6 feet off the ground. It floats right across the room and vanishes right into the wall. I watched it cross the entire room. While I tell you this was a head, it was a man's head. I could make out the hairline, hair in the ears, but the face was somewhat blurred. It looked like it had a little old-timey man's ponytail. I could see where the eyes and nose and mouth were, but not in complete detail. It was looking straight ahead at the wall. Thank God he wasn't looking at me. It was in my sight for a good 5 seconds, so there was absolutely no mistaking it. The strangest part was as soon as it disappeared into the wall, it felt like someone jumped onto the bed. I mean, the second it went into the wall, the entire bed bounced. My thighs clapped together, and my boyfriend jerked awake and was like, "What the hell?" No lie, it felt like someone ran and jumped onto the bed. I wasn't scared at all, but I had an adrenaline rush and could not go back to sleep for hours. I moved in with my partner a little over a year ago, and ever since, strange and unsettling things have been happening in the house. I've had experiences with the paranormal my entire life. Disembodied voices, unexplained footsteps, and even seeing the ghost of a little girl in one of the houses I grew up in. But this feels different. It's unlike anything I've ever encountered before. Since moving in, there have been times when I'm home alone with just the kids, and I'll hear my partner calling my name from one of the back rooms. The voice sounds exactly like his, down to the tone and cadence, but I know he's at work. It's not just him, though. Whatever this is, has mimicked my sister-in-law's voice, my 4-year-old son's voice, and even my 6-month-old's cry. It always comes from a back room in the house, most often my 4-year-old's room. doors will open and close on their own, and the ceiling fan in my bedroom sometimes starts to move even when it's been off all day. But the most unsettling experience happened in my bed. I felt something sit at the foot of my bed so clearly that I can see the mattress indent under the weight. I've also felt what feels like a solid human hand touch my feet and legs. It's not a faint brush or a fleeting sensation. It feels deliberate and real. Yet when I look, no one's there. The entire house feels heavy, like the air is thick and oppressive. It's hard to explain, but it's as if the house itself is weighed down by something unseen. This heaviness sets it apart from any other paranormal experience I've had. Does anyone know what it could be and why it feels so strange? This story happened in '97 in Paris, France, when I was working for a French-Mexican family as an au pair. The French father's grandfather had been in World.2, and as he told me, liked to joke with the nannies, telling them that his grandfather always came around to scare them. "Sir, it was a joke," I would say. "As for me, I don't want him scaring me. He can be around, but he better not communicate." Well, one day, I was in the apartment. The family had gone to a small town, as they did every weekend, and the apartment was very old, located in the center of Paris, about 4 blocks from Notre Dame. It was night, and I went to the girls' room. The floors were made of wood that creaked with every step, and I lay down on my side, facing the wall. At the head of the bed was a closet with wooden doors. I was dozing off until I heard the closet door open, and I opened my eyes and thought, maybe it's coming from upstairs. I closed my eyes, but stayed alert and heard some footsteps that made the floor creak. I stayed completely still, listening, trying to figure out if the sound was coming from inside, outside, or upstairs. Then I felt the edge of the bed sink. I was lying on my back to that part. I felt the sink as if someone had sat down there. I got very, very scared and thought, no, right? I don't want to have a close encounter of the third kind or whatever it's called for ghosts. I started to say the Lord's Prayer, not wanting to turn around because I was so afraid I didn't want to see anything. Then I felt that something got up and heard the floor creak again, as if it was heading towards the window. We lived on the 4th floor with a small balcony. I heard the steps going in that direction and started to turn very slowly to look. And just when I turned completely, I saw the curtains on the window were moving, but the balcony was closed because it was nighttime and I was asleep. After that, I was never scared again. Sometimes I could feel the presence of the gentleman, but I'd tell him, all is calm, okay? You can be around. I won't bother you. And the little dog, who was a bit grumpy with me, would seem calmer, and he'd leave me alone. Years ago, my sister was visiting my aunt's house in Tiana with my nephew. For some reason, he wouldn't stop crying the whole time they were there. My sister's husband then had the idea to take a picture of him, but after he snapped the photo, he got very spooked and started taking pictures around the room. Everyone was asking, "What are you doing?" And then he showed us the picture. It showed my sister sitting on the bed with my nephew sitting on his lap. Right above them, you can see the figure of another child standing by the bed. The strange thing is, my nephew was the only child in the house that day. The other kids were teenagers and weren't even in that room, except for my cousin, who was at the bottom corner watching TV. We're convinced it was a paranormal entity and that it's somehow connected to the bed they're sitting on. Was that the reason my nephew was crying? We're convinced it was. I've always believed in ghosts and the paranormal. I've never been able to see spirits, but I can feel their presence. When my son, who is autistic, was 3, we lived with his dad's sister in a rather large house. I don't know how old the house was, but one day my son and I were home alone and were playing in our room. I was grabbing him by the ankles and flipping him over on the bed. We've been doing this for a while when all of a sudden my son starts looking past me to the corner of the room, and he looks terrified. I should also mention that he was completely nonverbal until 6. He grabs the blanket and throws it over his head. I pull the blanket off his head and say, "What are you doing, silly?" Still looking past me and still looking terrified, he puts the blanket back over his head. I pull it off again and ask him what's wrong. He points behind me. I turn around but don't see anything. So I tell him, "Mommy doesn't see anything." He then looks even more scared and puts the blanket back on his head again. I pull it off and this time ask him what he sees. He makes a motion like to demonstrate someone hanging and making a face with his tongue hanging out. This time, I don't let him put the blanket back over his head. I tell him to wait a minute. I turn around in the direction he's been looking and say out loud, "Look, I understand you're probably trying to communicate with my son because you realize he can see you, but he knows I can't see you, so you're scaring him. And he's autistic. Stick, I need you to leave." I watch my son's gaze follow from that corner of the room all the way to the door. Then he looks back at me with a smile, claps his hands, and is ready to play again. If I hadn't been a believer before that day, I definitely would have been after that.